Okay. I believe we're live on YouTube. So give me one moment to just double check. I am having fun with the software. I am a big nerd. So having to do this kind of techie stuff is very exciting. Uh, yeah, but let me do it. Refresh here. Yes, we're live. Nailed it. We're good. Okay. Okay, how do I position the camera? Position this here. And so it kind of looks like I'm facing the proper direction. Sure. All right, folks. There we go. We're in. We're solid. Ooh, we made it. Welcome, guys. Welcome. I'm your host. I'm your host, Cyrus, and this is our first. I'm listening to myself. This is weird. This is the first stream, first live stream. Um, here on YouTube. Interestingly enough, so those of you who want to guest up on YouTube, if you don't have enough followers on TikTok, that option it's made possible. You can join me. That's a thing. Progress, guys, progress. Feeling good, feeling great. So, what is tonight's? Actually, before we get into the whole purpose of tonight, I did know that Evnit, you wanted to prick my brain around something. Uh, or I would like to go through that now. So then that way I don't, just in case you have to go later or whatever the case may be, you don't get missed. So we're gonna just have a brief conversation with Avneet or Scott for me, and then we'll get into the anime. Sounds good? Excellent. Okay. So let me know if the background music is too loud, all that kind of stuff. We're doing things, guys. We're doing things. Also, don't want to say your name, but how was the surgery? How was it well? I made prayers for you. Really genuinely. Okay, welcome, Avneet. We have
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy for you. It was painful watching the struggle without it.
shots fired.
No, I'm serious. I used to do live streaming, so I know StreamYard. But it
Okay.
is a process. It's like if you once you get the hang of it, oh my god, it's fun. It is, and there's so much out there. Like the more you play with it, you'll be like, oh, it's like,
Oh, it's gonna be good.
I don't know if you have banana meter. That's really good too. It's for like mixing sounds. It's like kind of a digital soundboard.
Okay.
It's a software. Yeah.
Didn't know. Gotta make note of
And
that.
it's free.
All right then.
I want
Banana
to get
meter.
right into it because I'm itching to hear Cyrus has opinions. I was thinking about it. Man, I wish Cyrus was available. So this morning, like my YouTube app need Isabella on my phone. Thanks for the follow. I'm already following you, Cyrus. It's the same as your app Isabella and what I see. So anyway, this morning I have been hearing nauseatingly. So I'm making it very clear what my feelings and opinions are. I'm not hiding them today.
All right.
Nauseatingly, I've watched a little bit and then I just like, I can't watch this. It's like, I'm not hearing logic. There is this person on TikTok going around saying that women who are not married don't deserve protection. And then he's claiming that only like, how do you want women to protect themselves? Don't you have daughters and stuff? Well, if my daughter was in trouble, let's say she's in Walmart, she would call me. And then I would guide her. She would have my protection. Really. When you're not physically there, how are you going to protect her? Well, I will tell her to go find a big black man and put me on the phone. And it's like all kinds of nonsense. And has this person ever experienced serious real life situation? Because I don't think when you got some psycho coming after you, you're going to be like, well, hold on, let me call my daddy, let me call my, or let me call my boyfriend.
Yeah, that may not be the first few thoughts.
And what if the person's not available? If they're in a business meeting, whatever. It's just, to me, it's even know what to think. I just like, are you serious? So I mean, think about it. Do we walk around with signs saying that we're married? I mean, what about women who are single? What about women who are chaste? What about how are we judging? Here's the thing: it's not just women who need protection. We have a society where even men need protection. That's why we have police law enforcement. It's not designed just for women. I mean, it makes no logical sense to me. It really
Oof,
doesn't.
you're not wrong.
And this is where we're coming to as a society. Now we're picking and choosing who we're going to protect. If they are being harassed or become victims, we can decide now who
Hmm.
we're going to protect.
Well,
What do you mean nonsense, lady? Doctor, there's literally live stream going on right now on TikTok. It doesn't end it. And I
so
barely
okay,
watch
so
it, but it's not ending.
just for me to properly get what you're saying here. So there's a man on TikTok running around saying that women who are not married do not need or require or should not have men protect them
Yep.
because solely based on the fact that she is not married.
Not only that, you're saying if a woman is in trouble, as long as she has a man in her life, she'll be fine. Okay, I am married. I have sons. A lot of women have family members. That doesn't mean we're protected. I mean, what do you want us to do? Let's say there's a hostage situation going on, or somebody's kidnapping us. Hey, Mr. Flynn, can you hold on? Let me go find a big black man to come. Let me put you on the phone with my daddy. That's not how life works, man.
Okay, okay, so what you want from me on this is what my opinion, my thoughts.
Not on this specifically, just this whole concept of we're not going to protect you unless you're a certain type of woman.
Hmm.
I mean, this is crazy when I'm hearing, oh, because you think you're independent, we're not going to protect you. You think you're independent even if you're a man. That doesn't mean that if a crime is happening and if I'm able to protect you, I'm not going to. Maybe I can protect you physically. Obviously, I can't beat somebody, but if that means I have to dial 911 to help you, I will. If you're having an overdose, I have Narcan. I carry it with me all the time. I'm going to take Narcan and try to save your life and do CPR and chest compression. I'm not going to be like, oh, wait, hold on a second. Is Cyrus married or not? Because I'm not going to help him if he's not married. Or, oh, Cyrus is a bad person,
Okay.
so I'm not going to help him. Isn't that how life works, man?
So so here's my take on this, right? The best thing that you can do and anyone else can do whenever they come across content like this, right? One, I greatly appreciate being, told about this because interestingly enough, today, uh, I've also had another conversation today about. I was told of some brothers, specifically in the Muslim community, who are, running amok, and they're just out of order for what they're saying, right? And they're supporting um, very scandalous behavior and things of this nature. So today's been a day about, hey, the men are really effing up out here. Excuse my French, guys. So I appreciate being told this, but I will say this: when you come across channels like this, just block them, block them, block them, block them. Let whatever good men that are around who can speak on it. Let them know, such as myself, anybody else. Let them know, and then we'll see what we can do. So if you don't mind, like sharing me this guy's
I find him again, I will.
yeah
I
account.
reported him. Let me put it this way. There were too many women in there going private with him. And I'm going, this system is rigged. Why are you even
Well,
going if somebody's talking like this? They're not trying to reason with you, they're trying to be provocateurs. And
yeah.
then there's a bunch of men in there going, yeah, bro, yeah, bro. And
Well,
it's just
here's
about, it was
there's
frustrating watching this. Like, why are you subjecting yourself as a woman to this now? This man has nothing at
there we
mind.
go.
He's not building anything up. He's literally telling us he's not even going to help us. Why
Well,
would
yeah.
you do that to yourself? That's what I was getting
Well,
frustrated
the
about.
better thing
There's
is
so
this,
many
right?
evils,
Hold
man.
on,
By the
Evie.
way,
Hold on,
we're
hold on,
just
hold on, hold
working.
on. The better thing is this, right? If you don't agree with the man's positioning, leave, leave. Don't stick
I know,
around.
but it's sad
Leave.
that he's infecting other
It's
people. That's the
he's
bottom
not
line.
infecting other people. That's just it. People who think the way they do, they're going to attract like-minded. That's just it. right? That's the bottom line. They're going to attract
You're right about that.
like-minded individuals. So they're not infecting anybody. Especially if they're not talking to young boys and whatnot, then let them be. And for the most part, I can I think I could envision what sort of take they're having on this. And it's most likely a response to women who say, well, we don't need men, da 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 da, all that kind of stuff. And this is their response
Right.
back. The whole point is this: as men, you shouldn't be behaving that way, anyways. Um, as men, we shouldn't be doing that. Period. I don't respect it. I don't see any purpose. I don't. It's silly. Very, very silly. Why are you doing that? You're behaving more like a teenage girl than anything else. And I think that's just sad.
Right.
So if you guys are
Right.
coming
It's
across
not
men who are
healthy.
behaving like this, just leave. Just leave. Don't even try and save the women. Well, do what you want with the women there, but for your own sake, leave.
I did believe it was destroying my
Yeah.
sanity listening to that logic, lack of logic, especially the nonsense about put the husband on the phone. I'm thinking, yo, this is not how it works out there.
I know where that comes
Seriously,
from, by the way.
like, I mean,
But here, we're
seriously,
gonna.
we don't need 911 anymore. We'll just start calling our husband that.
Mm,
And I'm married. This is ridiculous. Do you think my husband has time to sit there for every little catastrophe in the
well, then
house?
don't stress over
Especially
it.
when he's in a meeting.
Don't stress over
If
it.
you think about it, our
No,
husbands
no,
are
no.
working
Avneet, don't
every
stress over it. Don't stress over it. Don't stress over it. You're stressing way too much over this. Way, way, way too much. Way too much.
Yeah,
Way
I
too much.
know. I just, I don't know.
Let
I
it
wanted
go.
to know what you call it. Yeah.
Let it go. Let it go.
It just
Believe
seems
me.
like it's so many of them today for some reason. There were so many
You,
people talking
what you
about
need to do with your TikTok, you need to find a bunch of cat videos and start going through a bunch of cat videos. Seriously, you need to reset your algorithm. So go to a bunch of cat videos and watch them. Some dog videos, watch those. Some plant videos, watch those, and have it reset. You'll start to see less of them because what the app does, it shows you more of what you already watch. So if if for a week you were just watching or investigating a bunch of toxic, channels, that's all you're gonna start getting. So
You're
that's
right
why.
about that.
Yep.
Well, I just wanted to let you know there are people literally stealing your topic and doing the same exact topic. So it's
Wait, what do you mean
interesting.
they're stealing my topic?
Literally everything you talk about, I see other people creating the same similar words, the
Oh,
same
cool.
topics.
Oh, I thought you meant they were doing like the whole safe space thing. I'm like, all right, now we got problems. Okay,
But
that ain't
so
nothing.
far, being honest, your one was the only one that I actually enjoyed coming in. So thank you so much, and I will step down now, and I will
Appreciate
leave
that.
the lovely ladies and gentlemen up here. I thank you for letting me vent
No problem. No
and holding
problem.
the safe space for my emotions today.
Hey, you also gave me some time to fix the misspelling, and the white is too much in the background, so we got to address that.
I like the yellow. Okay, sorry.
No problem. All right, guys. Thank you guys for your patience, for your time. We are going to get it started. So a couple rules, couple rules while we do this. One, we are here on YouTube as well, same name, Sarah Speaks. So if you do want to guest up and ask something or make a commentary, whatever you want to do, you can go to YouTube and I can provide a link where you can guest similar to how TikTok works, and then you can ask your question or make your comment, whatever. Uh, So there's that. If you haven't already followed the YouTube channel, just go follow it. A lot of stuff's gonna be started going up there. Gotta plug these things. I got my newsletter. So if you guys have subscribed to the newsletter, double check that it hasn't gone into your junk or spam because I did change providers, so it may have done that. And then there's stuff for ladies in the link tree, right? There's a podcast for you guys and the newsletter for the men and blah 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 blah. Anyway, so the whole purpose of today is to do an AMA, right? Um, I will blush, probably already blushing preemptively, and I'm pretty much an open book. So feel free to ask whatever. There's, I don't think there's anything any of you guys can really, anyone can really say to offend me, to be honest. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Um, yeah, have fun, enjoy it, and I guess we will get started. Yeah, I guess we'll get started. Uh, so, who wants to start? I mean, Fletch, welcome. How are you doing this evening?
I think you already know it's been a hard day.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate you.
I appreciate that.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, right. I should have put that up. Okay, so for everybody, AMA is Ask Me Anything. Basically, what this live is today, at least for the next perhaps hour, is for you guys to ask me anything, whatever you want to know, whatever you're curious about, because you want to know more about what the person hosting the lives. So here I am, letting you guys have an opportunity to really dig in. So don't be shy. Go ahead, and we'll have some fun. So that's what it is. Ask me anything.
Okay, well, I don't know that I want to do that. I just want to say one blessing upon you
Hmm.
because I never realized I'm not Christian.
Yes.
And I know that you prayed over me. And I just want to say that you really not hear me, but I hear everybody.
Okay.
Okay, hang on.
One moment. Cece, we can hear you, but if you are hearing every other word, you may need to drop and come back up. Yeah.
So basically, I just want to say that God sometimes surprises you.
Hmm.
Sometimes is like really like powerful with his philosophical thoughts or whatever. And we as Muslims or Christians do have the same issues and struggles. And when we come together and pray for each other, even when we pray, we might be praying to a different God or praying for that same person. It is so powerful. So for you, Cyrus, as a Muslim, to pray for me was probably one of the most powerful things that I've ever experienced. And I appreciate that. And it's totally off topic, so I'm going to drop out. I just want to say I thank you. And all of us not be divided based on religion. Because once we meet each other, in these TikToks or any other place, you really are not different. And sometimes the people that come to support us are not the people that we would expect, but they come and it's powerful. And we can never diminish the powerful of the connection. So follow each other, be there for each other, respond, listen, go live with whatever you need to do, and share those thoughts. It's powerful. And Cyrus, praying for you daily because you are powerful. I believe, and I believe that is very important. And tomorrow, and I trust that tomorrow will be a better day, and I'll be in a better place, and I will be crying. But I don't know if I say this right or not. Assalamu alaikum.
That was perfect. Walaikum assalam. Peace and blessings to you as well. Oh, wow. And that's basically what she said. Was peace and blessings. So I'm offering peace and blessings back to you. Um, well, that is the way to start, guys. Whew, okay, okay, okay. Wow, I am. I, uh, I see you guys on TikTok. I see you guys in the back. Uh, I see you guys. I saw the questions. I see you guys making some commentary in the chat. Love it, love it. But just to respond to this much, before we guess get into some more questions, I guess. I mean, I'll say this. So growing up, receiving words of mm, affirmation and encouragement and recognition for just doing well wasn't something I received, right? So I was very much pushed to always do more or reminded that what I was doing wasn't right. And I was a straight A student, 90s plus, I raised my sister, all kinds of things. So um, uh, thank you for saying that, so genuinely. Um, it, I don't have the words to describe what it means to me, but it means a lot. And in this very moment, I want to run away. I want to run, but I'm not. Right? Be mad about this. Got it, and I'm gonna sit in the beauty that is being seen. So thank you. And for those of you that sent questions in my inbox, I can't get to my TikTok inbox while I'm on live. So I'm hoping you said you sent that to me on like Instagram, because that I can see. I got a couple other devices I can see it there. So you may have to send that question again on through Instagram before I'm able to see it. I won't be able to see it while I'm on live to answer. Okay. Um, I'll bring up Cece. I guess you're up next, and then I'll go back and forth between YouTube and TikTok. Hi, Cece. How are you?
Hi, assalamu alaikum, Cyrus.
Walaikum
I
salam.
wanted to come in and
Yes.
say to you that I appreciate what you're doing. Not only that, but I'm also going to speak life and even more progress into it. What you're doing is so outstanding and so phenomenal that I sincerely am praying for you to take this on a whole other level. For your age, I don't know exactly what your age is. I'm in my 50s. And for your age, the wisdom that I'm seeing you conduct yourself with, the character of the integrity is absolutely outstanding. And if I was your parents, I would be so very, very proud of you. So very proud of you. So please continue to do what you're doing. And I think I mentioned to you yesterday, I'm a old vice president. And I'm telling you, if I had any position, I would hire you in a hot New York second. Believe me, because you are an outstanding piece.
I will
Okay?
I will do that. And if you wouldn't mind sending me a message in TikTok, because I am trying to. I'm in the process of figuring out how to relocate to New York from Toronto, and I don't know
Well,
many
I'm actually
people.
I'm in Texas. I'm in
Well,
Houston, Texas.
okay. So if just any
And
connections
I'll
you
be,
may have,
I'll be
or
moving to Toronto.
oh,
Yeah, I'm getting ready to probably move to Toronto with my sister. Probably like about August or so. So we may be swapping
that's
places. But what we can do, I'll send you a message and do you, or you can inbox me,
okay.
and then I
Yes,
can exchange numbers with you. I can exchange numbers with you and we can talk. And if
awesome.
there's any guidance I can give you, I would gladly do so.
I would
Okay?
love guidance. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, that would be my pleasure. Yes.
Amazing. Wow.
Okay. It's a small, it's life is a small world. It really is.
I
But you
agree.
are phenomenal. And I'm gonna say this to you. You see what you're saying, what you said about your chapel? Guess what? I was pretty much treated the same way when I was little. And you know what I found? The people with similar stories turn out to be the most phenomenal people. The most phenomenal. Because from the very beginning, you've learned nothing but how to fight, how to encourage and nurture your own self, and how to push yourself forward. And believe in me, the more older you get, So the foundation that you have is outstanding. I am just so proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you.
So proud of you. My first time really watching you was last night, and I could not stop watching. You are outstanding. Okay?
Thank you.
You are welcome. You be blessed, and you reach out to me in my inbox, and I will definitely respond and help you. Okay?
Will do.
Okay. Have a blessed evening. I'll be watching the rest.
You too. Thank you. Y'all coming in heavy today. Woo. Okay. Guys coming in heavy. All right. Let me get a question from the from YouTube. Whew. Okay, I wasn't ready. No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so first question we got, well, question here. So, what are your weaknesses? All right, good question. What are my weaknesses? Okay, weaknesses. I will say this. Uh, huh, in some cases, right? Maybe too many. I find myself to be too tolerant, right? Too tolerant. So there's a lot of ways, and I've worked on this, but it's still something that needs to put more work in. In many cases, I've allowed um, others to kind of walk over me, right? Like I've allowed it, and part of that is rooted in my story around self worth, sense of self, my importance, et cetera, et cetera. That would be one core one, right? That I'm a little too tolerant for a lot of things. Tolerant would be the word. Uh, weaknesses. Let's see. Oh, okay. There's this. So, would this be a weakness? Yeah. All right. So there's a lot of social cues that will go over my head. Okay, and these are very everyday social cues that most people get, and I've tested this. There's a lot of social cues that just miss. I don't know if it's because I'm on the spectrum. I don't know what it is, but there is that does happen. It happens quite often. So what I tend to do, especially in group settings, right? I prefer to have somebody there who I know is more, aware of some of the social things that I can always kind of just check in with. And what that would look like is, let's say something happened and I'm not sure exactly how to operate, right? Because it's kind of foreign to me, which a number of cases, a good bit of things are. I will go to this person and say, hey, okay, this person did this person did that. Was my response appropriate or was this not appropriate? Right? 'Cause I use people as social cues, and sometimes I'm not sure, especially in group settings, I'm not certain as to which activity or which response someone gave or made was actually the right thing to do in that moment. So that would be a weakness there. Um, what else? Weaknesses. I'm trying to think. What would I call a weakness? Mm, You know what? This here's one that I identified with my men's group last week. I'm changing it now, so it's no longer going to be a weakness, but for the longest time it has been. I didn't know. I have been operating as a lone wolf, so I don't ask for help. But to make it even, thank you, to make it even worse, what I would do is I would try and do everything on my own. I'd push away as many people as possible, right? Now, especially as a man, that is a horrible thing to do because we don't. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. But I always thought it was a strength that I had that I could just be on my own. I could just do it on my own, be in isolation all the time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not. It's a complete weakness, right? What that was in me was me, you know, hiding from having to deal with other people, or not wanting to risk being hurt, um, not wanting to risk finding myself in an uncomfortable situation, and that's not good. So that would be a weakness. And I'm trying to think of other things that would be a weakness. Hopefully that kind of answers the question, right? Hopefully. Uh, yeah. Ooh, hopefully. Hope. Let's see. Questions. So, Prima, I'll go to you, and then I think I something I might. How are you, by the way?
I'm really good, thank you.
Oh, and if you guys didn't know, she's to blame for this, or to be held accountable for the AMA we have today.
So you can
Gonna
call
put you on.
yeah, I mean, I think that this is a really good idea. So I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that. It's been very emotional already.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I thought, okay, when Fletch went down, I was like, okay, breathe, and then no, it just that was beautiful, really. Okay, so actually, I have a few questions.
All right.
So I don't need to ask them all at once. There's other people asking, but I've written them down, and they're somewhat
Okay, you're ready.
structured.
Ready. We'll start with one. Start with one.
Okay, okay. So before you came to Islam, because I know you've been Muslim for about 2 years, right?
2 years and 4 days,
2 years
according
and
to the
4 days.
Gregorian calendar. Yeah.
Okay, so before that, did you have a relationship with God, or were you like, what was your beliefs before that?
Okay. So I grew up in a Christian household, right? However, they went to family went to various, I guess, denominations under Christianity, so whether it was the Catholic Church or sometimes Pentecostal. So we kind of moved around a bit. When I was about, I think I was 10 or 11, right? We were at church one day, and around that age, I had my own issues with uh, with, with religion, with Christianity specifically. Not even Christianity. It was specific to having an idol of a man that I needed to pray to that didn't look right. That bothered me. So what kind of tipped the what was the I guess what do they call it the camel the needle something that broke the camel's back, whatever it's called, uh, was this one moment when we were at, I think we were at a Pentecostal church, and the pastor's son uh, told me that I was a slave. And he told me this because I had my ear pierced. And I've had my ear pierced since I was two, right? So one thing that I got from my father, and so it's very meaningful to me. But he called me a slave for that. And he meant that. And from that moment forward, I don't think it was very conscious, but I felt it. I was like, okay, well, this whole institution or however we organize religion, however you want to say it, I don't like it. I don't like it. I always believe there's a God. Never not believe in God. I mean, my birth itself is wild, so that's the whole story. Um,
Okay,
yeah. So I've always believed in God, right? And so since then, since I was like 11, 12, my strategy was this. All right, I'm just going to learn at some point, once I get through all of this trauma, right, of surviving abuse, all that stuff, I'm going to study all of the religions. And as I study until I find whichever one works. Right? That's what I was looking for. What works? 'Cause I still prayed, I still depended on God. I still feel just one God, right? That's just it. So it's a matter of, well, where are the people that I can do this with? Who I can believe? Where do I feel comfortable? So my strategy was to just learn about every single religion. If none of them work, I'll just take all the good stuff from each one and I'll just live like that. And hopefully Whenever I die, I'll be able to say, "Look, I did my best, and hopefully you don't take me to a bad place." So that was my strategy the whole time. Um,
Decent strategy.
yeah, so that answers the question there. We're gonna get to the Instagram now, and thank you guys so much for being a part of this. By the way, we got my brother here asking, "Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh." I want to model and I want to build an AI model trained. Okay, so the question is this: I want to build an AI model trained on Quran, Hadith, Tafsir, and the Arabic language structure. Do you think this crosses any boundaries established by Allah and our prophets? The goal would be to learn more about Islam that we might have that we might not have otherwise seen, and to spread the miracle of the Quran and Islam. Good question. Good question. So my thoughts on this. Keep in mind, I am not a scholar. However, I do not see any issue in it. Right? I mean, anything made by man is going to have flaws, right? Including AI. And so anything that we create is going to be fallible. Not a problem. Else, the fact that you want to do this with good intentions and the purpose is to help us explore more of our practice and our literature, our book, means alhamdulillah, that's a beautiful thing. And I can't see it crossing any boundaries, especially if those behind the coding of the AI are doing it with good intentions and they're doing it according to uh, Quran and Sunnah, then alhamdulillah, we should be fine with it. We should be perfectly fine. And side note, I am a my trade is in design, so I've done UI UX design. So if you ever need any thoughts, opinions, or assistance with that, feel free to reach out to me, brother. I love it. It's dope. Okay, so we got another question in YouTube. We're gonna hit up YouTube. And then, oh, right, you guys in the chat as well. If you guys have a question in the chat, just kind of let me know. I'll keep my mind on it, my eye on it. So another question here. This is okay, we're going in. So, how many relationships have you been in? How did it end? All right. So, let's see. How many relationships have I been in? Let's say, so our first relationship was in high school. My first relationship was in high school, and that was for I think 3 years. Then remember I had another relationship after that, which was for I think 2 years in the next one, and then there was the last one. Yeah, then the last one, which was I knew her for quite some time, a number of years, and I did propose, right? So we were engaged, and then I found out some very disturbing details about how she has been in the relationship, and I had to end the engagement. So that's how those went. For the first two, those were just kind of, I guess, grew out of it, I guess. But those I'd say those would be the relationships I've been in. Have there been, people that I've met, and like, oh, I like this person. They like me, but we never really got into any sort of relationship. Yeah, that's happened a couple of times in between. But to say that relationship, those would be the three. Yeah, so two uh, from high school and then one after high school, or so in college. Actually, wait, no, I lied. There's one more after that. Forgive me. Before the woman I proposed to, there was a lady I proposed before then, and that was 2 years. So that would be the count of relationships. We're gonna take. Let's see. Uh, let's just here. How many? I'm glad you guys have found me on the YouTubes. Still worse. Okay, I'm gonna take one more from the YouTube. Then we'll come back to you. Hold on. Have you found? Okay, we got a question on TikTok. Let's see. Have you found a potential partner yet after after leaving your last relationship? I am not in a relationship now, no. So, no, that'll be the answer. Okay, and then one more from YouTube. What's the worst thing a woman has done to you? The worst thing a woman has done to you. So to me would be, well, I'm going to not consider um, the essay. I'm not going to consider that. And hold on. But if you could outside of that, what was the worst thing done to me? Huh. Um, when you say women, I'm curious. Does it just mean any woman? Could this be like aunts and siblings? Because my older sister's been very mean to me. She's been very mean to me. Okay, so then I don't remember exactly, but I remember as younger, and my older sister, I was messing with her stuff. Right, I like to mess with my sisters, but she thought I was using her things or something like that. Anyway, what she did was, I think this is the worst thing because I'll explain why. So out of nowhere, she took her cologne or her perfume and she sprayed me in my eyes. She started yelling at me and all kinds of stuff. And that hurt because, and why I'm saying that's the worst thing is because it was the first time that I was actually living with one of my uh, older siblings. Right, all my older siblings are sisters. Right, I was four of them. So it was the first time I was actually living with my older sister, and it was like a dream come true kind of thing. Like, oh my gosh, I have a older sister, and da, 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 da. And it didn't go down that way. So yeah, I would say that would be the worst. I'm not gonna lie. Um, Even when I consider what the woman did who I was engaged to, I wouldn't say that was the worst thing because the reason for it is because um, I saw a number of signs and I ignored it. Right. So I guess if I were to remove that aspect of it, then I would say what that woman did who I was engaged to would be the worst, right? Basically, since like the beginning of the relationship, so that would be for years, there were other men involved, and yeah, so that would be the worst thing if I'm going to say that. If I remove my accountability on it, right? So I don't hold any sort of what do you call it, animosity or anger or even blame, really, um, because I understand that it's just life, right? Um, Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm too. See, this is some of the tolerance thing that might be kicking in. Maybe I should be angry, raging. Who knows? I should have been, right? But what I found out, I was pretty upset. But yeah, I don't hold anything. Not at all. I just see where I, as a man, um, just I didn't know what I was doing for some of that, right? I didn't know what was acceptable. I didn't know what was okay or wasn't okay. I was just trying to, um, prepare and be that role of a husband, and do it however I thought it was best to do without having a role model for it. And then the few role models that I did come across, they weren't good. They were in my books now, they would be weak men, right? Very very weak men, and they were trying to have a model after them, which made me even worse. So yeah, all right. So we got that answer. Dope. Whew, okay. What next? Prima, what you got for me? And then I'm gonna come back to the chat, guys. I'm pretty sure there's a few questions in there. What's going on?
Actually, you answered some of them.
Okay.
So I was even going to ask you about the design that you like, the yellow, the pictures, but you said that you into design, so I'm assuming you do all that yourself.
Oh, yes, very much so. have any new artwork available at the moment, but yes.
Actually, this is a question.
No, it wasn't a question. Don't worry, you're good. You're good.
Okay, I'll just keep it simple then. How old
I am 34. Yes. There you go. There's some artwork, guys. There's something. Isn't too honest. I don't know if it'll show up on TikTok, but will it? Kinda. No, wait. Found your no, it's not. No, it's not. Wait, no, TikTok don't like it. Well, for those of you on YouTube, you can somewhat see it. Kind of. There we go. Kind of showing up. Moon, clouds. Yeah. But there it is. I tried, guys. I got it. Give me another question.
you seem to be a very good public speaker.
Hmm?
So, where do you think that came from?
That's a good question. Um, hmm. It's you know what? It's natural for me. It's not something that I was trained in. I didn't do any. I didn't do any real public speaking events, anything like that, growing up or in school. None of those things, any of those competitions, none of that. I did. I used to sing. That's something. So yeah, I don't think I can do it anymore. But I used to be on choir and all that stuff. So yeah, and then I would sing with some other groups. But that's that's a whole other thing. But in terms of speaking, I think what I'm going to say, where a lot of it comes from, is because I listen, and um, and I'll say this: I think what had developed my ability to listen and pay attention was my upbringing, and also having to manage very navigate around abusive people, right? So part of keeping safe is, being able to kind of try and predict patterns and behaviors of people, right? So, okay, well, I know when this person is usually irritated, that means, it could get a little aggressive. Or I know if I speak like this, then it makes it easier for them to just kind of leave me alone, or not, try and approach me in a wrong way. So I believe that reinforced a lot of my ability to communicate. It just came out of a necessity.
Well, thank you. I wanted to ask you about your family. Obviously, I want to make it clear that there are anything to do with family is personal, so you don't feel like you need to divulge anything or even elaborate too much on anything.
Hmm.
So you mentioned that you raised your younger sister.
Yeah.
So how did that kind of come about?
Okay. So how that came about was, so I grew up with my mom, right? And my father was just around and about kind of thing. So I was pretty much just me and my mother. And when my sister came about, it was still, me and my mom plus my sister, my little sister.
What's your age?
And it's 8 years, right? Yeah. 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8. So when she came about, my mom had to work extra. So she was working day and night. So that's how that came about once my sister was around. She's still in Pampers, so I think she was maybe around like 3, 4. Um, is when I typically started to raise her to my mom, when I was adult. So after school, elementary school, I come home and my sister would be there watching her show. I can picture what I remember that. Right? We lived on a ground floor, so I had access to the backyard. Basically, we had like a back door entrance to So I would go in through there. And my mom would have already left. So my sister would typically be there alone for maybe half an hour. Just, she'd be sitting there. She can't walk, but she's on the couch, feet up, some snacks, and her show's on. You know, a little thing with clips and bubbles in her hair, and the misery of my life. My little person. So I'd come home, she'd be there, and yeah, and that would be it, right? And I'd take care of her and all that kind of stuff. So it was good. As she grew up, she became a live-in nemesis. Uh, 'Cause she wanted to do everything that I did, and everything I had was hers. My room was hers. My wall was hers. Interesting story. So it got to a point. I think she was maybe 6, 5, 6, 7, maybe. And I told her, "Okay, you're not allowed to go into the room when I'm not here." I told her this, and we always had this fight, right? Because I was in the room, so all of a sudden she can't be in my room. Because we moved, right? So all of a sudden she can't be in my room. She was not having it. My sister was not having this at all. She's like, wait. You're gonna come around and tell me, so me, I can't go into my space? Boy, everything you have is mine. What are you talking about? Exactly. Everything I have is hers. So, um, I left that day. We were going at it. She was always in the room. She was touching my stuff. She's taking everything. She's using my art stuff, like everything. She just touched everything because it was hers, because it wasn't mine. So that one day, I told her, "You're not allowed to go in and have this whole thing." When I left and came back, I went to school and then I came back. I think I went to basketball afterwards or track. One of the two. And when I came back, what happened? Oh, I don't think I do. I do have. Where's the? Okay, I'm not gonna look for it now. But so my sister decided that she was going to key her name into the drywall right beside my bed. So my bed was up against the wall, and against the wall there's this is blue paint. So she wrote her name in the biggest letters and scratched it into the wall to remind me that this is hers. Yeah. In addition to that, so the first time I won a prize at a fair, right? I got a little doll thing. It looks like it's a stuffed ant. It's red. I'm pretty sure I've posted it somewhere at some point. Maybe it's still up there. But she had taken one of the fake jewelry stuff that she has, like a little, I don't know if it was jewelry or what, but it was basically a gold chain. And she decided to squeeze this chain over the doll's head to claim the doll. And she tried to take it off before I got home, and she couldn't. She tried to hide it, and I found it. And I was so mad because the one thing. Here's something about that. Uh, there's very few things that I hold dear to myself, right? That I'm very like possessive of. So the few things that I do have, I'm like, okay, they're mine. Like, just don't touch them. Leave them alone. Right? I don't need much. So those few things, I'm like, this is mine. So that doll, that stuffed animal, that was my first time winning a prize. I'm like, it's mine. Like, it's mine. Why would you touch it? Yeah, she went and put her mark on it. I still have it to this day. I refuse to ever get rid of it. Oh, I was upset with her. I chased her around the house. She cried. She then she didn't care like the next day. That's my sister. Oh, like, oh yeah. There's nothing. Yeah. Oh yeah. My mom's here. My mom's cool, man. She's chill. My mom is very, very. She's not the like touchy, feely kind of mom, right? But she's solid, very solid. My mom basically homeschooled me while going to school because in the Caribbean, the education level is different, it's higher, right? So you learn things faster. And before I went into, I guess, Catholic school, I was in Montessori school, so I was already learning things in advanced ways. I was one of those kids. So my mom taught me at school, and so she taught me everything that I guess she knew or knew up to in terms of schooling. And so I did that in addition to going to school. So yeah, so she's solid in that, man. I'll always be grateful for that. That my mom did that for me. Took the time to to teach me at home.
I understand. So she shows you love in different ways that touch you feely and
Yes,
perhaps say, yeah, that's good. Well, we have to thank her for that.
very much. Oh, 100%. Yeah, my mom is always, she's always made sure to reinforce being a mentally strong individual, right? And that was a strong emphasis on how she raised me, right? Is to be mentally strong. So yeah, and that's paid off dividends and continues to this very day. Right, like what more could you
Yeah, that's true.
want?
That's true. Guys, if you hear like a weird noise, it's my cat snoring. I'm not good.
Okay, I can't even hear the cat.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm gonna
So,
scroll the one moment. I'm gonna scroll the chat. Got some questions here. So I wasn't born in Canada. No, I was born in Canada. I was born in Canada. Yes, I was. Oh yeah, I gotta tell you guys about that later. Somebody remind me to do that. Yes, Lucky, I am Muslim. Assalamu alaikum. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Sammy, I'm so sorry that you're struggling. So please do, just relax a little bit. Make sure to hydrate, get some water. Let's see, let's see. Oh, there was a question. No, I had a question for me somewhere in the back. Let's see. Since you're not in a relationship, would you be open to courting nowadays? Uh, yeah, I would never close off. I would never close off, opportunity. You never know. Allah is the best of fathers, so you never know. But if I was told the entire life that I was too tolerant, I get that one. Sorry, guys, I'm just scrolling back. Okay, there we go. Do you agree marriage is the only form of relationship that actually has value? Yes. Yes. We are talking about intimate relationships outside of, siblings, their parents. Yeah, anything outside of being married, you know. Obviously, there's friendships, right? But that's a bit different. When we're talking about relationships between men and women, yeah, I'm a firm believer. Everything else is you're single in my books. Everything else is single. Even if you're engaged, you're single in my books. Until you are married, until that man has decided to make that public commitment to you and for himself to his community, single. Boyfriend, girlfriend, nothing. Fiancés, nothing. Nothing. Unless you're husband and wife, that's it. Single. Okay, let me get something in the YouTube. Let's see you guys in the YouTube. That's dope. Thank you guys for joining me there. That's really cool. Okay, we got question. Got that. It's still be it's exposed. Okay. Don't worry, guys. We're good. Um, don't worry, ladies. I will not allow any of the chat to be exposed or anything like that on the replays or anything like that. None of that's gonna happen. And there's not gonna be a replay of this for YouTube anyways. I don't think so. Do you wish you had a better relationship with someone and why? Allah cannot be your answer. Okay. So, yes, I do. I wish I had a better relationship with my father. My father did and uh, had done, has done a number on when it comes to me, when it comes to just him being a father. So, one of the few things I have was not a good example of, he wasn't a good example of commitment, right? He wasn't a good example of commitment. He was a very high earner, so that runs in my DNA and blood. Um, yeah, a lot of my fat. That's not the point. Oh, why did I mention that? Okay, so he's a very high earner, right? Very high earner. Um, he had a bunch of few businesses, or well, one main business, but a lot of locations. And he's really good at it. Okay, really, really good. And unfortunately, he did not teach me that craft as much as I asked. He was a mechanic. Specialty was in paint, doing custom paints, paint jobs for cars. So like the custom jobs on cars, flames, all that stuff. He would do that by hand. That was his thing. So I wanted to learn. I always wanted to learn, but he kept me away from that aspect of things. He would teach me more on the administrative side, financial side, but he wouldn't teach me the nuts and bolts of what was going on when he was around and the times I would spend with him at the shop, right? So I do have fond. Um, so that's the thing there. But what he's done for me, why I wasn't so good, was in the way he managed his relationships with people wasn't good, right? Especially when it came to women. Uh, he's a very attractive man, very charismatic man. So he had a lot of women, right? That wasn't a problem. He's also high earner, so that helps. Now that I know these things, but he wasn't a good example for commitment. And you know, they don't put it all on him, but I recognize it because in the Caribbean culture, uh, yeah, I do. He's just darker. He's got a darker complexion than I do. And maybe a few adjustments in the features, but we pretty much look the same. Me and my brother, me and my other two brothers, we look the exact same as well. So yeah, we get a lot. We get our genes from our father. We look like him. What else? What was I saying? Right. So the example of what it is to be with be in a committed relationship and how you deal with women wasn't a good model for that. And unfortunately, he allowed a lot of our culture, Caribbean culture, to shape him, right? To shape him, and in that shaping, the culture tends to encourage men to sleep around, have a lot of women, right, as a means of status. So that was something that he really did try and encourage me into, and push me into, and raise me into, and teach me, and all these things. And at some point, I started to reject it. So, and I guess you would say that would be my nurture, right? My nature, rather. And I've always thought very different from a lot of the men in my culture and family. So, when I came to Islam and I learned more about it, I'm like, oh, okay, so I've always thought like a Muslim. I just wasn't around people who shared the Muslim ways of being as a man. Cool. Some other things that we didn't do too good at were, he had used my name for some nefarious purposes legally, right? So that put me in a lot of problems and things that I had to, pay for and sort out. And I was put in a position where I had to decide whether I take the hit for what he did, or do I go and try and fight out in court. I didn't take him to court because I learned there was a lot of other things going on and on his end, and I don't want to be that person. I wouldn't want to be the person that, in essence, probably, if I understand the laws properly, if I took him to court for things that he's done, he'd most likely be in jail, right? Um, and so I didn't want to do that. However, when he wasn't, and he was also into gambling, alcohol, and all this kind of stuff. But a few times where it was just me, maybe my siblings, and him. He wasn't drinking. He wasn't any of that stuff. Right? There's no other women around. It's just him and his kids. Amazing, man. Amazing. The level of affection that my father would show us, me hugging, rubbing our heads, teasing, playing, like he is just in it. And that's one of the lessons I got from my father, right? Is to be that man, right? Don't hide how you feel, especially to those that you care about. I mean, I know that he cares about his kids very, very much. Unfortunately, you know, the alcohol and his character and just a number of other things don't hasn't made him a has does not have him in a good position where I can safely attempt to have a relationship with him. I do hope, one day that I can, inshallah, but I know it's better for myself and for a number of my siblings as well. We've made this decision individually, not as a group. But we've individually made our own decisions about how we're going to kind of handle our relationships with them. So he is someone I would like to have a better relationship with if that can be done in a healthy way. And I also don't want to, I wouldn't want to risk him, putting me in another bad situation or, if he were to misuse my legal identity, to this nature. So there's levels of protection that I now have in place that I have maintained. Uh, yeah. And like just an immediate second to that would be also my mother. Yeah. Because there's that yearning to, not yearning, I don't say yearning, but I've had experiences with, you come across the moms and they're like a mom's mom, where like this, she's a mom's mom, she's everybody's mom when you meet her. You know what I mean? And I experienced that, and I thought that was awesome. And so I was like, I would have liked that, right? But I recognize you can't change people. People are who they are, right? So you just gotta accept who they are and appreciate them for what they give you. So I do appreciate it, but there's also aspects and things that were done as well, from her side that would hurt, right? Even to this day. But you grow up and you recognize it. Our parents are our parents. They do the best that they can. They had a whole life before they were a mom, before they were a dad, and so I love them for that, and I'm forever grateful. But yeah, those would be I guess, two people I would love to have a better relationship with. Um, but I also understand that who they are and who I am are very different, and in some cases, um, maybe too alike. So yeah, hopefully I think that answers that question. We got one more, and then I'll bring it back to you, Prima. My bird story. There we go. That's the second question here. Okay, so pay attention. So the bird story is this. It's not too crazy. Well, all right. So guys, I was 6 months premature. I was a micro baby. So you could see through my skin. I wasn't fully developed, like lungs. I didn't even have pigmentation, all that kind of stuff. Like literally a micro baby. That's how I was born. They had to take me out because if they didn't take me out, my mother would have died, right? So the expectation was them taking me out, was to save her life, and that I wasn't going to live. That was just the expectation that was supposed to happen. So when they did that, my mother was in a coma for a few days after that C-section, and the intent was I was going to be born, not alive, but uh, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala God had other plans. And so I came out, I was 1 pound 6 ounces. So yeah, 1 pound 6 ounces. Back then they didn't have the technology that we have now, so there wasn't much to really do, right? It was really a waiting game to see, okay, well, when's this child just gonna pass? So they would let my parents know, hey, it's maybe only gonna breathe for a few minutes, and then that would be it. Um, and then I would breathe, then okay, they're like, all right, well, maybe it's got another half an hour, and that's how it went, right? It went like this for a while, so over and over and over again. And always the doctors would be telling them, hey, maybe he's only got 2 hours, maybe another hour left to see. But I was plugged into the machine, had all the tubes, everything was doing the stuff for me. And what had happened one of those days, while I'm in this place, I think they told me it was my father came into the hospital, and oh, I wasn't supposed to survive it. That wasn't supposed to come out. I wasn't supposed to survive it. That was just it. The survivor was zero. The expectation was I wasn't going to survive just coming out of the womb, right? It was C-section. So um, what had happened was my father was going to the hospital that day, right? To the hospital, gets out to work, and to check on me if I'm still, alive. And when he's going into the elevator, somebody randomly, never known, just told him, it's not gonna be okay. That's what they told me, right? Obviously I wasn't there. I'm in the, you know, box with all these things attached to me. And that's what they told him, right? And then so he told my mother this, and from that day, that's when my mom decided to start seeing me. But she didn't want to see me before. Because she knew what they told her, right? They're like, hey, sounds like gonna make it. We'll take him out. So she's like, I don't want to see this child, who's not going to make it. And so I don't know how long that was. I know it was a couple of weeks. So then she started to actually come see me. And they told me maybe a few weeks in after that, um, right, I started to pull out the tubes. So one morning, the doctors came in or whatever, and the machine was beeping. I had pulled out the tube that was helping me breathe. And they're like, they panicked about it, and they put it back, and they came and they told my mother, hey, the tube came out, we weren't sure what was going on, we may have lost it, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. Cool. All right. So they kept an eye on it, right? And they couldn't figure out how the tube got out because apparently it's very sticky tape. It's not supposed to, you can't just pull that stuff out, right? And this is a little uh, 1 pound, baby. He's got no muscle definition, got nothing going on. Okay, nothing going on. Can't even breathe on his own. The heart's not developed. The lungs aren't properly developed. Nothing, right? So I'm still trying to develop outside of the room, basically. Is what's going on here. But for whatever reason, I'm pulling it out. So they're like, all right, we're gonna pay attention. So what was happening was I was trying to breathe on my own. And so the next time it happened, panicked again. And they told my mom, they're like, okay, this is weird. How's this happening? So then the third time I pulled it out, right, this is over days or weeks or whatever. They decided, okay, we're going to let it be, or we're gonna just watch. And when we notice that he's starting to struggle, then we'll put it back. So the first time I was able to breathe on my own for like 5 minutes. And then, they kept doing it over and over again and like slowly go up and work my way up to like 2 hours kind of thing. And yeah, so that was the process, and it was just that months and months of that. I can only imagine what that would have been like for my parents. Um, what else? Oh, they wanted to track my life, and they started doing it because they've never had a child so small before, and the fact that I didn't have any. And oh, and one of the things to note was a lot of the babies that come up premature, they tend to have complications, right? Various complications. I didn't have any, absolutely none, no complications whatsoever. So they found that very, very odd, very, very odd. So they wanted to track me, and they were doing it for a while, and then it got too much for my mother to be able to, maintain bringing me back to the hospital, them tracking, filming, going back, that kind of thing. So eventually that stopped. And here I am. I think, oh, one thing that I did have, I had asthma for a little bit, and I did have to wear correctional braces for my legs and my feet as when I was like 2 years old. And yeah, that was pretty much it. And then when I was, I think, 12, I had to go in for surgery because some of my organs were still not in the right spot, so they had to fix them. So they did do that, and so all my organs are in the right spot. But yeah, that's the baby story, and so pretty much back to you. And, yeah, it's a thing. I'm here.
This is way more wish than I expected.
Really?
Should we like have a question, please? So, I was asking Kairas, do you think that the reason why your parents didn't attach like the same way, like with the motherly fatherly instinct, was because they didn't expect you to live? Like, you know what I mean? Like that that like, have you ever heard of people who they lose a child and then when they have another child, it's hard for them to attach because like they're
Mm,
afraid to attach to you kind of thing.
hmm. Yeah, I
They're
think
afraid
so.
that they might have that
Yeah, I think to a degree potentially my mom, but I've also learned from my mom that she's just not really that kind of like touchy person to begin with, right? Um, so that kind of plays into the character as well. But I wouldn't be surprised. And with my father, I don't think he had experienced that. I think he went to the other extreme. The other extreme was very, very, when he was good, very, very effective, very, very touchy, very just like whatever you need. Like, I'm here, let me take care of you, right? So we have that going on for him for
no, I wasn't supposed to live either, according to the doctor.
sure. Okay, well here we are.
I wasn't afraid to go. More kind of leave, like they were, but yeah, they did a baptism before my baptism because I wasn't supposed to. The doctor said I wasn't going to make it to the baptism, so they did a baptism in the house,
Hmm.
and my grandmother's uh, brother was a priest, so he came and gave the baptism. But
Okay.
14 years later, I'm here.
Well, I'm very glad you.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Cyrus, what is the if you could summarize all of your life lessons with the top three, what would they be?
All of my life lessons into the top three. Top three. Okay. Number one, ask for help. Ask for help, guys. Uh, just ask. Whatever you're curious about, whatever you don't know, whatever you're trying to do, ask. If you think someone might have an answer for you, or um, just be someone that can connect you to the next person, you have to ask. You have to ask, and you got to speak. Speak for what you want. Speak for what you're trying to get, and ask questions. That'll be my first lesson of doing that. My entire life has been a series of me just asking, and it's taken me very, very far. It's landed me here to be able to do this. So ask, guys. Ask for what you need. Um, Second to that would be how do I say this? Okay.
Give it to us straight.
Appreciate everything. And I mean everything. Like appreciate everything. Force yourself to find ways to appreciate everything that happens in your life, the good and the bad. And I say this because I've experienced many different things. Um, I've experienced the world of bad stuff, with the exception of being shot. I haven't been shot, and I haven't been in war, and I haven't been in a natural disaster. Um, but I've experienced a lot of other cruelties from human beings. And what I can say that has helped me through it all has been, I've experienced since I was like a kid growing up, right? So just part of life for me has been finding appreciation in things. Even when someone tells you no, or when someone's mean to you, you learn that someone didn't like you, or they were back talking you, or they had some sort of evil intent. Find a way to appreciate what happens in your life, because what I've found is that in appreciating whatever happens, one, it allows you to offer forgiveness to those that you may need to do it for. It also offers you opportunity to find peace wherever you are. When you can appreciate things, it inevitably forces you to be grateful. And when you're grateful, it's very hard to remain down and out. Right? You can still feel down. You can still have moments where you feel depressed. Of course, you have that feeling, but you can still have that feeling and be grateful, right? And it really does put things into perspective. Now, the last thing that I'm going to say of lessons, yeah, I'm not sure if these are in order, but I will say, don't let it all go. Attach yourself to as little things as possible. As little things as possible. Attach yourself to as little things as possible. You know, and then there's beauty in that. The acknowledgement and the recognition that anything that we have can go at any given time. Anything. And that also includes your very life, right? So with the exception of your very life, everything can go, right? My sister might not be here tomorrow, right? This phone that I have, it may break in the next 5 minutes. I don't think it will, but get what I'm saying? Even attachment to people, right? Be mindful of your attachments. Now, when I say, attach yourself to as little things as possible, that doesn't mean you are a disconnected person, or you isolate yourself, or you push people away. It just means that you are able to accept when you don't have something anymore, or someone anymore. You don't depend on it to the point where if you don't have it, you break. That's really what I'm getting when I say don't attach yourself to little things as possible. Right? So when you don't have it, you won't break. And that has been uh, a very good thing for me. I'm attached to very few things. Right? Very, 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 very few things. And even the things that I am attached to, I am not so attached that if they were to go away, I would break. I'd be very, very sad. Very, very, very sad. But it wouldn't break who I am. And I've seen people break who they were because what they were attached to, or who they were attached to left, or whatever vision they had for their life didn't pan out. They were so attached to it because they didn't get there. Everything fell apart for them. So those would be my three lessons.
learn how to ask for help and not because that's something that I know for myself and probably other people out there that try to not ask for help and try to I have to do it myself. How did you get out of that to realize like it's okay to ask for help or that we're all interdependent? Like what brought you to that realization?
Hmm. I don't know if it's something. Well, actually, I do. Okay, so there was a point when I had to leave my sister. Right, the hardest decision I've ever had to make, and it took me 4 or 5 years to actually do it. Um, the house wasn't safe for me. Um, a lot of abuse, things like that going on. Um, I needed to go, and I was what 14 when I recognized this the first time. First time I accepted it. I kind of knew it before, but when I accepted that, the longer I stay here, I'm not going to survive this. I'm not going to survive being here. Um, However, my sister was still she was still small. She would have been 7, and so I stayed. I don't remember how much longer I stayed. Maybe 3 years, 3 4 years. I stayed until she was just a bit older, old enough. I thought, okay, I think she's okay. I think she'll be okay. I think she'll be okay. Then I left, and if I were to ever have any regret, it would be having to have separated myself from my sister for so long, um, for so many years. So how I came about this understanding that you need to speak to people, you need to ask people, because I that was my first time asking for help. Right, I had a mentor, and I told him what was going on and how things were, and I asked for help, and he gave me a place to be, a place to be safe. He came and got me when I finally made the move, the escape rather. Nobody knew, anybody other than him. I was gone. And for the next couple of years, you know, um, it was all about me depending on people and depending on being able to ask for help. Because if I tried to make anything happen on my own while going through, recovery, well, I wasn't even really going through recovery yet. I was still going through the therapy and all kinds of madness. You know, um, the recipe was there for me to be like many other men and have just checked out and said I can't do it. Everything was there. Everything was there for me to just, when I know of other men who've gone through things and or a similar situation that they come from, and they're not here anymore. And I'm like, I get it. As much as I don't encourage it, I don't support it, like I understand it. So I had all of that in favor of me doing it. And what kept me going was literally just asking, hey, I need help. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. And, simply putting forth that I don't know or I need help had opened up so many doors for me. It opened up me being able to experience um, white people who weren't racist. Right? 'Cause that was my only experience growing up. A lot of racism. And when I asked for help, all of a sudden, the people that were helping me and making sure I was safe and giving me access to resources and people and things didn't share my complexion, they didn't look like me. They didn't grow up anything like me. They didn't have any culture like me. No, absolutely not, right? And they got exposed to so many different things, so many different people, other cultures. Let's see. And then so it was beautiful. And it's not that I had any sort of um, assumption that all white people are evil and this and that because I'd gone through some stuff. I never carried that with me, but I never experienced the other side, right, where you're just dealing with the person, just a person, and they don't see you for help. And because I asked for help, it was a chain of events that only God could have made happen. Wallah, only God has made these chain of events happen over the course of my life for me to be where I am right now. There's no human being that could have planned the people who showed up. Sometimes it was just for a minute. Other times they were there for months. Some of them are still here years later, right? And it, it's it's God, and the simple fact that you know I don't carry arrogance, so I ask for help, or I don't know, or I say I don't know when I don't know, and I believe that's what is meant when we talk about sabr, for example, right? I like to describe it as patience in motion, where you recognize what it is you need or want or trying to get. It may take a while to get there, but you still have to move. And sometimes the movement that we need to do isn't us doing it on our own, but it's asking someone to do it for us or to do it with us. And knowing that all of the some of the greatest things I've accomplished so far have been because I was humble enough to say, hey, you guys want to help me do this thing? Or I don't know how to do this. Show me, teach me. And so the first time I learned about that was leaving, and a series of events after that. That's why I learned the importance of getting out of my own way and just asking for help. That's good. Deep is good. Deep is good. Uh, yeah. So get some questions on the YouTubes. Let me address some of these. Let's see. What was the most embarrassing moment you can remember about your childhood? I don't have a particular moment, right? Because a lot of my childhood memories are kind of blocked out just because of the trauma. But I do I remember a feeling of something to do with school, and I was performing, and none of my parents were. And I remember feeling very embarrassed, right? No one would show up for me. And that felt embarrassing. That I remember that happened often, right? I know for the most part my mom would have been working, she was working, and my father wasn't here still. But yeah, no one showing up. That's something I remember feeling embarrassed about. So, kids would have conversations, or at the end, all the parents were there, and it's like, nobody, she's walking alone, right? So yeah, that was a thing. Um, in school, no, no, I didn't have that experience in school. No, no, no. Another question here: what do I do for work? So aside of doing this, I I've been I started off as a graphic designer. Been working for myself since I was the first client would have been when I was 15. So I've always been a graphic designer, and then moved into doing strategy with design, and eventually moving into doing brand design for small businesses, small to medium-sized businesses. What I've done recently, as you guys know, I've made a decision to step away from that because it's no longer serving me and it's not where I want to be. So that's what I've always done, kind of professionally. Asking that sort of work professionally. That's always been the thing. But I'm transitioning out of it, and I am moving into, as you guys know, creating content. But more so, I would like to be a speaker. Right? So I'm moving to being a speaker as well as a. Well, this is the future. All right, I'll give you the picture. At present, I'm moving into working as an art advisor and consultant. So that's what I'm moving towards. So I can still leverage a number of my skills from dealing with clients into other industry. And the purpose of that is to give me the buyer's side of the art world while I develop my reputation and portfolio and bodies of work as a fine artist. So the big goal is to be a fine artist, gallery artist, Tashi Murakami, Al Weiwei, that big stuff, right? That's my plan there. And then after that, or in tandem after it works, to eventually get my doctorate in psychology and be a art therapist on the side, right? Specializing with boys and men of trauma, especially around sexual abuse. So that's my career trajectory. Where I'm at now, I'm transitioning out of doing the consulting and commercial work because it's just draining. It's just it's a wrap. And then moving into fine arts, right? So that's where I'm going to go with that. In 1 minute, yeah. So that's where I'm going to do that. So I'm very very excited. I actually have a few interviews um, in progress at the moment with a number of art consultancies. It's also part of my relocation to either London, LA, or New York. That's gonna be part of that, right? So getting into art consultation, learning more about the high end market for fine arts, and then taking that time to just develop all of my own. We'll have more artwork, but to develop a lot more larger pieces, get a new studio to work in, and all that stuff. So yeah, that's the work front. Pretty much. What else you got for me? You've been quiet. Have I ever considered psychology or social work? Yes, I have. That's something I can pull off in between, to be in counseling and social work. I would love to do that, honestly. Mhm. Yeah, I believe so. Fair enough. Mhm. Hmm. So I don't. I have. So so it occurred for me for a number of years, actually. Um, the last occurrence was when I was 22, and it's been a number of people. I know this. A few perpetrators I can't remember, and then there's a few I can't. There's a number more. The larger number of them I don't remember. I do remember, environment. Or, one of the things I remember deeply is like this particular type of ceiling. And I know this ceiling was a family member because I know it. It was a place I was going to frequent, right? I know that was a family member. I remember somebody was doing something. So yeah, there was some family involved, and then people I didn't know. Yeah,
And did this happen because maybe you said your mom was packing a lot, so you were like, you weren't under supervision from someone who would trust you?
yeah. There's that. There's also when it was just me. I remember that I would be my father would take me to a lot of places, like there's a lot of different places, and I would be kind of left there, and then he'd come back, or he'd leave me in the house, and he'd be out like in the backyard or with the cars, drinking, liming, hanging out.
Climbing.
Yeah, yeah. Like, okay, so okay, good, 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 good. What? All right, so yeah, so you'd be out there, taking a lime and all them things. So, you know, um, I don't have any specific memories, but it would make a lot of it would make a lot of sense that in a number of those occasions, somebody doing something, and there were places that I would go to regularly, right? So there were a number of places I'd be taken to, and I know they were familiar places. Like, okay, we're going back here again, this place, but there were a lot of different places. So yeah, yeah.
I'm really sorry. That's, to be honest, that's really quite yeah, you did deserve to be before. I know you know that artist is.
Mm, I appreciate it, the
So,
recognition.
do you feel that therapy has helped you work through those things, or do you think it is something that you worked through yourself?
I could have never worked through it by myself. Never. Not you could give me 100,000 million years and all of the tools, all of the resources, all of the knowledge immediately placed into my brain. I would not have been able to. The the effects of you know childhood trauma like that is it's tremendous what it does to you. And it also stunts a number of areas of growth, especially emotionally. It gets stunted, right? So there's no way I could have done that on my own. And I gotta shout out to Lynn. Here's an interesting thing. So how I told you guys that if it wasn't for me just asking for help and Allah has just put things in place. So Lynn, I, 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 she's Lynn's an amazing woman. So Lynn was my therapist, okay, and she was the one therapist who specialized in male sexual abuse in the whole of Canada. No one else doing it. It's a very rare thing to find anyone who specializes in dealing with men, let alone it being, sexual trauma. And I came across Lynn because the one mentor that I had, where I told him to go out of my house and I asked him for help. I told him, like, I'm willing to get out of here at some point. I asked for help. He took me in. Boom. Okay. When I was living with him, at one point he opened up to me. He's like, hey, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And, you know, um, he shared that he was, troubled as a child as well, right? He was abused as a child as well, and that he was starting to, work through it and things of that nature. And then when he shared that, that opened up a number of other, memories for myself. And so like, okay, cool. So that got me on the path of trying to figure out things. Then, so during this time, while I was in like 2015, I ran a lot of events, right? So I ran a lot of dance competitions. Like I've done the whole big dance thingy. Like I've done not the big big one on the show, but they had a lot of preliminary events. So I put together a number of those things in Toronto, Quebec, and so because of that, one of the okay, so here's how it worked out. So for that one mentor, uh, spoke to him that he eventually connected me with Lynn, and that's what he was seeing. And I finally, after a few years of just battling the realities of dang, okay, I was me being abused was actually a really bad thing, right? As a child, you grow up, and you just think this is normal, right? Oh, this is how people show me love. This is normal, right? This is normal. This is how it's happening. It's okay. So it took a couple of years for me to eventually go and see her, and I did. And then she she took me on free of charge. I was 21, and she said, I remember her telling me the average age for a man to actually come and get help and recognize that he needs help is 50. And those are the ones that actually eventually get help. It's 50. And they usually only get there after they've gone through AA and some other forms of therapy, and they're digging down the well of what's wrong with me to eventually come to the realization and the memories coming up that, oh, wait, this thing did happen to me. This is real. So she was like, we've never had someone your age come in. Uh, I didn't have anything then. I had nothing. So she took me on. She's like, okay, we're gonna do this. And all she asked me was to commit to it. And for the next couple of years, Lynn was my person. Twice a week, she was my person. No way. And the first time she introduced me to doing group, we were doing one-on-ones, I walked in there and it was just a bunch of old white guys in various classes of life, just based on how they dress, right? And I got to know them a little bit more. Some of them were hedge fund guys, like millionaires. Some of the guys were like just struggling, right? They're just addicted to things. They're down and out. And yet some guys in between. Some were fathers. A lot of them were fathers. Some were never married. There's about 6 of us, right? And then including me, so 7 in total. And I got in there, and I was so uncomfortable, right? So very uncomfortable. And I didn't go back to the group sessions. I just stuck with the one-on-ones. I didn't go back for like 3 months. Then Lynn tried me. She's like, okay, try it again. And then when I went back, it was the exact same group of guys. And they all remembered me. Because the first day I went and I left, this is the honesty about me, guys. I told those guys, I was like, I'm uncomfortable. All of you guys are old, and none of you look like me at all. I'm uncomfortable. I'm not coming back. And that's what I told them that first day. So when I come back, they all are there. They remember me saying that, and they had the world of a laugh. I mean, may God bless those men. I swear, I really hope they're well. And one thing to note as in those groups, one of the safety that we have in those groups is that outside of the group, we do not make any acknowledgement of each other, right? So let's say I'm walking down the street, I see one of the men that I'm in a group with, maybe I can give us a very slight nod, maybe. But in the most cases, we don't acknowledge each other. And it's a safety component, right? So it's a general practice in like trauma groups for men. I don't know about the women. I would assume that would be there too, but maybe not. I'm not sure. But I know for the men's group, that's very common practice. Very, very common practice. Okay, so we got some more confirmation here. Thank you. Yes, mostly. So yeah, so when I got back into the group, they were all there. They had the best laugh. But they were happy to see me. They were happy to see me. I was happy to see them. It took me about 4 months to say anything because I didn't say anything. I just showed up I journaled, I took my notes, and I just listened to these men. Just these men talk. You know, they shared some of the most intimate things, some of the most horrific things. They shared is is it was the truest form of intimacy I've ever experienced in my life. Was being in that group with those men every week. There was no hiding. There was um, no, what's the word I'm looking for? No ego, right? Just this is who we are. This is what I'm dealing with. This is why I'm struggling. So yeah, think I kind of forgot the question at this point. I hope I answered it. Okay, good, good. Yeah. Then and Lynn, by the way, is dope. She's like 5 foot nothing, and she's got this whole tattoo. And when I met her, she was like 58. So like she's this like little woman with this like badass tattoo going on. She is dope, man. Lynn, subhanAllah. I mean, I appreciate as well, man. I hope if I can find her one day. I swear I would. But no, she retired and she let go of the practice. Um, so no, I don't have any contact with her. But I would like to try and find her. That'd be dope, inshallah. So, but Lynn was dope, man. Yeah, so that was happened. Got to the group. That was a couple of years, a lot of years of doing that. Oh, and that's the connection. So because, all right, so years later, like 2, 3 years, not years later, but maybe a year before then, like I told you guys, I was doing these dance events. So my next mentor, right, who's still my brother now, um, his I showed Lynn the work that I did for the event, right, the flyers and stuff like that. So she said, "Hey, keep some of the flyers here, and she'll let some of the guys see it. Her some of her flyers, no problem." So see, he saw one of the flyers because he just happened to be seeing Lynn too for his own things, and he actually took his kids to come to my competition, my dance event. But I didn't know him at the time. We never met each other. But he took his kids there, and he that was his first time seeing me. So I was emceeing it, hosting all that. So he saw me. He knew he was aware of me. And a few weeks later, as I'm still doing the work with Lynn, I'm trying to figure out stuff. He's like, "Well, doing design." I was like, "Yeah." Self-taught. I was like, "Yeah, okay. You want to go to school?" I'm like, "I don't think I can do that." And stuff. All right, well, let me connect you with C. He's a creative director. He worked at this place, and boom, we met. We sat, we spoke. Yeah, and that's all because I was like, I'm just trying to figure things out. I need help. I need guidance. And he showed up that same day. He told me, he's like, "Yeah, I've seen you already." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You don't know me." It's like, "No, I brought my kids to your event." It's like, wow, wow, right? So that was part of him accepting the offer, that the connection that she made to him to meet me. We met, spoke, and I'll never forget this. And one thing he told me again, he's like, "All right, I'll mentor you through all this. We'll do it. One rule: you must show up. You must show up, and you must do it. That's it. That's all you're part of. You must show up, and you must do the work." And I was not an easy character. Yeah, it was, and I was not easy because I'm still struggling with dealing with the trauma and recovery and all of that, right? So I'm having issues about connecting with another man. This is a dude. Wait, why am I getting close to a dude? I don't trust these guys. But here he is. So there's times where I ghost him. The kind of stuff I did just going through all of that was wild. But he stuck it out. Stuck it out. So I kept doing the work. I kept showing up. And yeah, that man, I love him. I love him. I love Kay. Those are two brothers that have been there. They took me under their wing. I've lived with him as well. Um, and you know, they were there for me and they gave me space and trying to do the work of surviving, being a survivor, covering all of the trauma, the broken mentalities, the misunderstandings of what affection is, what is love, what is even proper treatment. I didn't know any of these things. I genuinely thought a lot of that, poor treatment was that's how you give love, right? Isn't that it? That's how I'm supposed to receive it. I never did it to other people. I never thought being aggressive or any of those things was good to do to other people. But for myself, I was convinced, well, if I'm being treated that way, that means they care for me. That's love, right? That's all I knew. So yeah.
The word that comes to mind is alignment for so much of what you said.
Mm,
I think as well, yeah, I think I've noticed that people who go through traumas and then you pointed out it's actually usually much later, or perhaps even too late in life that people actually get the help they need and begin to heal. But the ones who do go through therapy very young, is I can see it gives a certain level of emotional intelligence that I don't know how else someone would obtain it
mm.
without going through these things and working through them.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Um, yeah. Another question we have, just to kind of pull in some of these ones right here. Okay, I'll answer these. I think these are the last two questions. And to my brother Tariq, I love you too, man. Have a great night. Thanks so much. So these are the last two on YouTube. So, what do you say is the weirdest thing about me? The weirdest thing about me is uh, I I get very obsessive. I get tunnel vision. I call it tunnel vision. I get very tunnel vision with things. So if I don't know, say I'm inspired to paint something or draw something, I can sit there or stand there, whatever it is I'm doing, I can be there for hours straight and completely forget about eating to eat, drink, everything. I'm just locked in. It could be me reading, it could be me researching something. Just whenever my focus locks in on something, the rest of the world disappears. It's not that good when there's people around. So I really do zone out. Um, another quirk about myself. Quirks. That's quirky. Again, I guess for some there's a lot of social things that go over my head. Dismiss them completely.
Well, I have a question. Why do you think you do the tunnel vision? Because I know somebody who does that as well.
Yeah,
Why do you think that? What caused that?
I've never thought of it being a cause of anything. Um, I just part of me always wondered if it has anything to do with me being bipolar or kind of being diagnosed to be on the spectrum. I don't know. I've wondered about it, but like, I don't even let those things hold much weight on me. I just know, oh, okay, cool. According to the diagnosis, this is what I got. I'm like, all right, no problem. Um, I know how to manage it whenever it kicks in, but I have no idea. I've never thought about it. But I'm
So
thinking,
did you see the comments and stuff like
yeah,
that? Or like, oh,
and
you
that
know,
actually that makes sense now that I just read
you
that,
went
right?
through
The
that.
tuning out.
You went, like, you know, you stuff and you didn't like make stuff be like they're not there.
You know what?
You know,
That actually makes a lot of sense because I'm not going to say what was happening, but there's a thing that would happen regularly, and I remember my coping mechanism was to roll lint in between my fingers, and the way in which where I went with it was I was playing with this huge ball of lint, and that's just where my mind went, and uh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And even in other cases where another form of, I guess, escape for me would be when I draw and write stories. Right? So I do this at nighttime. That's when I felt safe at night when everyone's asleep. I'd spend hours doing hours upon hours. And then when anything would kick off, you know, um, I would be prepared. Like, okay, I got my flashlight, I got my covers, and it's I'm a little kid thinking, well, if I'm hitting underneath here, no one else can see me, not realizing, well, it's a whole big lump, guys go flat. You know what I mean? It doesn't quite work out the way you think, but you try a thing anyway. But you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense because I'm remembering moments where that focus allowed me to tune out what was going on in the environment. So it's like a disassociation. Yeah, I definitely think that's quirky about me because it can happen very, very easily. Very, very easily. It helps if I want to get something done, but outside of that, it can be problematic. It can be problematic. One more question answered here that I wanted to bring in Italian. Uh, so the question is, are you a romantic man in a relationship? Am I romantic? Yeah, I would say so. I would say so, very much so. I think it's I one I don't why be anything other than that as a man, right? Just on genuinely, why be anything other than romantic? And um, the other part of it is it feels good for me, like to know that I can offer a great experience, whether it's just a walk, out by the park or a walk at the garden or whatever it is. I can turn the ability to turn any sort of just everyday event into something that's meaningful and special for another person. I think that's incredible. I don't see why, men wouldn't want to foster that ability. Yeah, Italian, welcome. What do you got? Welcome. Yes.
So, I apologize that I don't been calling you for a while, so I don't know how much about you. I just like came across you sometimes on TikTok and Instagram, but I don't know that much about you, so I asked a question before I get to it. So I apologize.
Look, no problem. Hey, this whole thing is because people don't really know me. So you're in the right spot at the right time. Go for it.
So I guess the context of this conversation is that I was basically you don't know this, your story is the story of my ex-husband who I was married to for 15 years. And just hearing everything you went through is really helping me to process what I'm going through now, trying to cope with the trauma that I faced to deal with this ability. Did God, like you said, he's 25-year-old, really young, before he realized what he needed neurodegenerative
Mhm.
and it affected every single part of our relationship.
Yep.
And I did not know the depth of the trauma. Like he had mentioned when we first got married, um, you know, that he had had some abuse as a child, but I didn't know the extent. And
Mm,
when I found out, I have nightmares when I think about it. And I didn't even experience it.
mm,
It's it's so like horrifying. Um, but it affected everything in our relationship. And my therapist, told me that it's going to take him years to, you can't undo what happened, but even just to be able to cope with it, it's not something that he can even be a healthy, functioning individual in any type of relationship um, until he fixes anything. So I guess for me, hearing your story is helping me understand. Um, and I guess I have so many questions, but just
okay.
one.
Mhm.
act out in different ways. So in one way, I'm terrified, and I need practice because my mind is going to help and how does it even know the question I asked is like, how do you move forward and what do you feel your place to be in a healthy relationship and how did you get to that point? And is that a good question? I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's no bad questions. I okay.
That's a beautiful question. It's how you listen.
Yes.
It's a good question. I'm trying to like what now can I do to move
Don't
forward?
worry. You're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great. Have a good ability to understand people. Interestingly enough, just speak, and I'll most likely catch it. So, one thing is this, right? I'm very proud and happy to know that you are, um, in therapy, right? Because there is the there are effects that happen to the spouse of these men, right? Because as you have experience and you come to realize there's a lot of behaviors that, um, as men, we haven't dealt with the trauma that we will act on, right? And for us, we think it's normal. We think we're okay. We think we're doing everything normal.
Yeah.
So on the outside, it looks odd and it's off. It's like, why are you doing this? But for us, we're like, this is normal. No, this is fine. Like everything is normal. This is okay. This is right. I'm doing things the right way, and it requires that movement into therapy. That's why I said the other question, if I thought I would ever be able to deal with it on my own, and I said no, because it requires somebody else to be able to walk you through seeing yourself. But even before you can see yourself, especially the men, they have to get to a point where they can begin to acknowledge that what happened to them happened. Because for a lot of the men who go through this, that part of our life, we completely erase. We erase it completely as best as we can, right? Just out, gone. Didn't even happen. Never happened. None of it. We throw it out, we lock it away, we put it aside, it's gone. And then we try to live life as though it never happened, right? And usually, they go one of two ways. They either fall into some sort of addiction. No, not one of two ways. They usually fall into some sort of an addiction. Now, that addiction could be work, and it could be drugs and alcohol. It could be um, sexual addiction, right? Um, Anything that will numb that hidden reality that there's something wrong. And what we do is we typically try to find ways, because we're already naturally like this, right? Wanting to accomplish things in life and build ourselves and get recognition for what value we give to the world. That's natural for them. But when they've come through that form of trauma, they've never dealt with it, this goes into overdrive. Goes into overdrive. So
Yeah.
everything is hinged on I need to achieve some sort of outward success because the outward success validates who I am. And without that validation, I have nothing. Even if you have the best children, the best family, the best wife, the thinking doesn't go away. So unfortunately, that does happen. Now, when it comes to you asking me if I feel as though I'm in a position where I could be in a healthy to be in a relationship, yes, more than healthy to be in a relationship. And I have only gotten here because I asked for help and I sought out a professional. I did the work with a professional. And it wasn't just the therapist, it was more than that. Because I also now needed to connect with other men, right? I need to have other men learn to be intimate with other men, learn to trust other men, learn to be around them, learn to speak and operate with other men. I also needed to have time interacting with women who didn't want anything from me. They didn't want me to just, sleep with me or you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I needed to learn how to be around people and be okay and not have to panic or wonder, hey, is this going to be the next person to abuse me? Right? And because that's what happens, right? With the men may not have the words to express that in real time, but when you sit down with the men, when we sit down as men in group and we're going through the work, right, of recovery, that's what that's what it boils down to. We're worried about whether it's going to come up and happen again to us. Are we going to fall prey to something again? And it could be a woman, it could be a man, it could be both. And what you'll find when these men, and just a side note, what you'll find when these men tend to kind of cue in that something's wrong in their life, it's usually one of the triggers is when they have kids and the kids reach the age that they were abused at. And that typically, hmm so, one thing I will say is, and Kim, what's the question? One thing I'll say is that, be as best as you can, have grace for yourself, right? For however you may have been in that relationship or are in the relationship, whatever you guys have to go through, but have grace for yourself, right? When you are in a relationship with a survivor, especially when the survivor is, you know, not aware of the work that needs to be done and or is in the process of doing the work, it's not easy. It's not easy because there's a lot of behaviors that are just completely foreign, right? Why are you doing this? Why is it so important to you? You're not you're not operating like other adults. You're not why why are you thinking this way? In some cases you're like, this is very the way you're thinking about it is very childlike, but you're operating like an adult, but the reasoning is very childlike. And that's part of the stunt, right? Because typically what happens whenever that abuse first happened, that's where it stops. The emotional growth stops there. And that happened to me, right? And that's part of where what I mentioned with the course I have is in a big social setting, I prefer to have somebody around who I'm comfortable with, who I can ask about certain cues on things or how people are interacting because I'm like, well, I don't know how this is meant to be. Is this okay for me to say? Is this not okay? Just so I get a bearing, right? 'Cause I learn based on observing people, so I like to mirror off of people. It's like a child would, right? A child goes around, they look at their mother, look at their father. Okay, what are they doing? Oh, okay, this is how I do this. I spent a lot of time doing that, and in some cases, I still do it. I spent a ton of time when I was going through the work, um, either in therapy or with my mentors or with the group of men that I was a part of. In a number of cases where I had to purposefully put myself in social situations so that I can begin to learn how to be myself. Because who we were being before we started the healing was the man who was just running, he was hiding, he was trying to just keep himself alive. That's all we were doing for the most part. As much as you can pay a bill and hold a job, all that is just so you can stay alive. Everything else about that man is usually in just complete disarray. Right? They're just holding on. They're just holding on. It's like, okay, I have this job, so I'm just holding on. That's typically what it is.
Sorry, I have a question in the chat. You said before that your father raised you to believe that having lots of women was a goal for men.
Mm.
How did you unlearn that? And do you think that's a common thing for men who are with toxic men to keep their clothes?
I I never learned it. Well, I don't think I learned it completely, right? I didn't engage like that the way I could have.
And you didn't be the right thing, is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
that was ever the right thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like in me, I never gravitated to it. Like my nature took over, which is why I'll typically say in some of these conversations, I haven't said in a while, but me growing up, I'm like 100%, if not 90, um, my nature versus my nurturing. 'Cause if I were to have gone with my nurturing, I wouldn't be this guy. I would be a completely different if I went with my nurture, because my nature had to combat a lot of the influences that were coming in. Um, but one of the ways in which I kept away from that was, well, as one of the somebody asked earlier, I was very committed in the relationships that I had previously. So they all went for 3 years, 2 years. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm just with this person. I don't mess around. I don't do this other stuff. I'm not that guy." And when I look back on it, I think, during high school and stuff, that was also part of my way of protecting myself. It's like, okay, if I'm in a relationship and I'm committed, then whenever the other guys come around, grew up like me, are like, "Hey, let's go mess around," or, "Oh, there's this party, let's do this," or, "Oh, there's this girl, she's really easy," but, like, all these things, I had a reason to say, "No, no, 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 man, I got a girl, I'm good," right? Then I'd be able to avoid any of those situations that may lead or put me in a place where, I could fall victim to something or potentially engage in something that I shouldn't. Um, yeah, yeah.
So that's talking about tunnel vision. Are you able to set and abide by timelines during this conversation?
What I need to do when it comes to um, my tunnel vision, I need to set an alarm. So if I know that, okay, there's a certain time in which I need to switch gears, then I have like alarm. I have all kinds of. That'd be another quirk. I got a lot of like reminders and things that go off to trigger actions in. Um, so for the most part, yes, because I've put in place a lot of systems. And one of the things that I'll say is this: when I was using a Android, I noticed that a number of my habits didn't work anymore. I was really struggling with just kind of everyday management, and I didn't recognize it until I, switched back, got this another phone. I recognized, right, there were certain structures that I had in place with the phone that worked with me that I couldn't do on the other phone, which I found very fascinating. But it was a good reminder of, yeah, I'm very much a man of systems. So I got a lot of little systems that keep me in check. And when I don't have those systems in place, I run the risk of kind of losing myself a little bit, or too much in some cases. So, yeah, so I guess to answer the question, yes, I can manage it, but it often requires some sort of preparation. Right? So that's why if I'm going into a meeting or I have a meeting or I'm like scheduled to talk to somebody, I'm like, okay, cool. I need you to tell me in advance so that I can set it up in my calendar. That way I know when I do my nightly checks, um, when I do my like nightly checks and like I'm coming up, I'll know in my mind, okay, at this time this, at this time that, and I have reminders for it. So even though I get into that tunnel vision, um, I'll know there's something coming up. And I usually have a break every hour and a half. I try to set an alarm to go off. So I have to get up, drink water. And that time I usually train myself to take that time to check the calendar, check if I have someone I need to call, check if there's something I'm missing that I've just stopped acknowledging because I was just locked in. There's a lot of little micromanaging of myself uh, for that. And yeah, yeah, that answers that. Um, Italian, if you have another question, please feel free to ask. I'm very grateful to be able to shed some more light on the how men deal with and process abuse and trauma. It's something that I've been really wanting to speak out on more. Just haven't given myself permission to do it yet. So I'm grateful that I can do it this year.
So hopeful. I really appreciate that you're here. And like I said, the more you're trying to help, you're also helping me. Because I had a really wholesome upbringing, super amazing childhood, like loving parents that are still together today. And this relationship that I was in destroyed it. Now I have issues, and it's so terrible because it's like now I'm working through things that I've developed over a 15-year relationship
Mhm.
with someone and thinking that that relationship was healthy and realizing, all the different things and things that you're bringing up that I noticed for him, for my ex. I noticed that he was so really controlling of so many things, of time. Everything had to be like a strict schedule, you know. And if something where I think as a child, everything was out of control. So as a result, what he wanted to do was control everything.
Mhm.
And he was trying to control every bit of emotionally with me exhausting. And if everything wasn't like exactly, she would have like a meltdown. And it's like all these little things that you are explaining just makes so much sense. And whether it's supervision for you and for someone else, it's taking control of every little tiny thing because their life feels so out of control. It feels so out of control for everyone.
Mhm.
They're doing everything to survive. So they're trying to control every single thing that they can. And I think even I just said he would take things. But for him with Islam, when I first met him, he was just so full of forgiveness. And I feel like some people can do this, but Islam has never like there was this whole um, but that's not all. Like there's so much more for him than I think he thought he could fix it like a big man. I'm super religious and I just every single thing and I just
Yeah,
love
been there. Not with
love
not with Islam, but I've been there.
yeah and the thing is that when I met him that's how he was and
Mhm.
love that and thinking that he had like this super Muslim, super religious and it was fix everything and it was weird like trying to this like huge move that was like there's no way.
Mhm. I get that. One thing I'll say on that is, however these, men like myself, uh, however it is that it's all coping. That's all what it boils down to is coping, right? We're just trying to find ways to cope because we're before we actually deal with it, subconsciously we're still running from the abusers. That's just what it is, right? We're still running from the abusers, at heart. So, we do things on the outside. It's weird. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you so, picky? Like, I was like that for a while, right? Where, okay, things need to be like this. Like, it was in my space. Because for me, I had very little control over my space. So I recognize, okay, the few things that I do have need to be like this. If I'm going to go
Yeah,
anywhere, you need to tell me where I'm going. Tell me where I'm going. What time am I going to leave? Who's taking us there? Who's going to be there? Can I leave? What, like, I needed to have all of the information before I went anywhere with anybody, right? And at the time, like, that was my fiance at the time. And every time I needed to know, where am I going? With you? Can I leave? Do I have to drive? Do you want to drive? Like, because it was this desire to protect myself because I was still in that mindset of I'm running. I'm still running. I'm still running. I'm still running. So as a means of protection, okay, I'm gonna go to this place and so what's happening. I need to go there because I don't know who's there. I could be at risk. If I can't leave at any time, I could be at risk. So That's what's happening, but unfortunately, until, these men actually go through the process of the work, which is, like David said, it's years, right? It's gonna be years to get through to be able to say this. Because believe before this, I was very much adamant that I didn't have feelings. I was adamant about that. You would ask me, I tell you, no, I don't feel anything. I I would tell you that. I would tell you that flat out. No, I don't have feelings. I don't feel anything. And that was my experience. I don't. No. Do you care about people? Yeah, sure. I care what happens to people. But what's your feelings? Don't have any. And even to this day, um, when asked questions that regard how I feel, I get very, very bothered and uncomfortable because I'm being asked something that I don't know. And logically, what I understand is that, well, what you're asking me are about things that as children, we learn them then. We're 6, 7, 8. We learn them then. We get those things modeled for us so that we have an idea of, oh, yeah, I know how to answer feelings. No problem. Exactly. Yep. I didn't. Hmm. Yeah. No, it is. I can even now it is overwhelming. It does. It gets overwhelming for me when I ask something and I gotta, express feelings. I get uncomfortable. I'm like, in a lot of cases, I have to just say, I don't think I have feelings around. It's like I say, I know I have feelings, but I don't know what they are or how to say them. Right? And I have a where is it? I even have a feelings wheel. Literally, I literally use it to help me in in conversation to figure out, okay, if I'm this, then this would be the word to describe. If I'm ever put in a position where I feel the need to actually have to put words to it, then I'll use it to try and map out, okay, this, I guess it's this, I guess it's this, then this would be the word to use to have someone else understand me. Mm. Mm. See, that makes sense. But even for myself, you saying that right now, I never registered that as a feeling up until this very moment. And I know I've used the word many times, but I've never registered it as a feeling. Not once. Mhm. It is. Mhm. Oh yeah, that's my go-to. My go-to, I guess, coping mechanism is to isolate, self-isolate. That's my go-to. So, and so what I've needed to put in place So the conversation I had with some of the men last week, and he mentioned that he has a stress chart. It's basically he acknowledged that there's a number of activities that he begins to do or not do, the more he's feeling stressed. And he uses that as a way of measuring where he's at. That's something I want to implement because I recognize, yeah, I recognize that feeling of me self isolating. I've done it so much and have to work on it, and I can see it in real time. For the most part, like I'll probably get into it a little bit before I recognize it. Like, oh shoot, wait, I think I'm doing that thing again. But I believe having that chart will make it even easier for me to catch because I can say, usually when I get into this moment, I tend to read less, or I'll not sleep as good, or I'll eat this, or I'll eat that, or there's certain snacks I'll go to when I'm feeling certain ways. So I gotta do that. But I'm just throwing that out there for everybody else as well. Um, yeah, yeah. There was a question in that, and I blanked out. Forgive me. Um, okay. Well, there's more questions. Let me answer some of these questions while we're here. I appreciate you guys. Do you believe in marital therapy before marriage? I believe that I don't know about marital therapy. That's I do believe in uh, getting counseling, like having the man and the woman sitting down with a third party and actually discussing the realities of marriage and expectations and making sure they actually have those conversations and are on the same page about what marriage actually means to them. I believe that is completely necessary. I think it's something that we should be doing for a fact. Okay. What qualifies you looking in a what qualifies a what qualities are you looking for in a lady to be your wife? Interesting. Um, Qualities.
You already
Okay.
have 34.
We're at 34 now. Oh boy.
You already have 34.
Um, so first and foremost would be that nurturing, but like over maybe in the extremes of nurturing, but it's got to be very very nurturing, like extremely. Uh, just because I've experienced when like you don't have that, right? And I wouldn't want that for myself, but I also wouldn't want that if I were blessed to have children. I would want a wife to be very, very nurturing, very much. Like just, even if it's overly, I'll be like, I'll take that. I'll take it. Take it. I'll take it. That would be core for me. Very, very core. Necessary. Uh, Qualities would be listening. Active listening is a necessary quality for me. Active listening because when there's something wrong, right? When there's something wrong, I need to be heard. And I know that's important to me. Being heard is very, very important to me. So if I'm going to take the time to actually, you pick up the feelings wheel, take some time journaling, doing all that work to be like, okay, this is what I feel. This is why I'm upset or I'm feeling hurt. And this is the words I can use to describe it to you. I need to know that you will actually listen and hear what I'm saying because I am not a man that requires much. I require very, very little. So the few things that I do require and want mean a lot to me, right? The few things hold a lot of weight. So listening is very important and qualities. I don't put too much thought into this. But qualities would be so nurturing, overly nurturing, specifically the overly part, uh, active listener, and another quality would be she's gotta talk, man. She's gotta have like opinions and stuff. She's gotta have like some firm opinions about things. Because I as much as I firmly believe that I am a benevolent dictator in everything that I do. I expect that those who are going to be close to me, and I don't know who's going to be much closer than your wife, that she's supposed to be like my right hand. So if I'm messing up or I'm saying something dumb or I'm moving in the wrong direction, I need you to speak, woman, because I will be more upset if I'm doing the wrong thing and you're just there like, well, I don't want to upset him. I'll just wait until later. No, ma'am, no. I did not marry you to wait. I married you to take action. Let me know. Be like, listen, broski. Sit me down and just say, listen, broski. I made some food. I got you some favorite snacks. You can rub my head, whatever. I don't care. But you need to let me know. You don't have to do all that. Just let me know. Write out a note. Put it in the sky in skywriting. Smoke signal it to me. You gotta let me know. Because I will be more upset finding out that you knew something that I should have considered and you didn't tell me out of some form of quote unquote politeness. You're like, are you serious? I'm out here trying to like conquer and do things, and you're giving me a handicap. This is not why you're here. You got here to give me a handicap. No, Jimmy, I know we're laughing, but I'm so serious about it. That would really bother me. That would genuinely bother me to know that even if it wasn't something that I was doing wrong, and it could have just been another opinion or another perspective on something that we're doing, and she doesn't offer it because she felt uncomfortable to offer it. I would take that as an offense, to be honest with you. I would take that as an offense to me because
That's the thing, like really honestly, like kind of different than everything I've heard before because a lot of times you hear, they say, like let him let and sometimes like if it's just a minor thing, you gotta let him learn on his own with it. If it's something major, then yeah, you're not gonna let your partner swim, sink.
mm,
You're not gonna let him go off the bridge because you're like, well, I don't want to correct him or he's gonna get mad if I correct him. No, you stop the car, you pull the brake, whatever you gotta do.
yeah,
But are you saying that like for you, you would want somebody to tell you all the way through, all the way along?
I want her if she feels the need that she has to tell me something, tell me.
That's awesome.
Big, small, minuscule, insignificant, even if it's just a feeling. I was tell me. I want to know. Like, why else are you here? If you're not gonna do that, why are you here? That's my perspective. Like, I don't see the point of it. I don't see the point.
As a wife, your husband to know that your ideas, and know that and he may say, I don't agree.
Hmm.
But it's the way that you talk to him and then you're accepting of whatever, and you guys work out together. But the fact that you say it, let him know how you feel. Don't expect that every time you go to ask or say it's the both of you figuring out what works. But also, all right, where you can say, hey, if he doesn't agree, at least gave the opportunity to say, I said how I felt and talked about it.
Hmm.
And they say, you know what? I'm going to make the final decision on this matter, but I took what you said into consideration. And I think that's respectful. It's respectful on both parts. And it allows the man to still be the man. He makes the decision. And with you talking to him and saying, this is how I feel. It works. It should work. Well
Hmm.
said. Well said.
That's good. Very good.
Also, spoken that mentality because a woman's intuition is priceless, especially a woman who loves me.
Mm. Yeah, believe it. But
I
that
like the way that she said that.
yeah, but that's why I would take that as an offense, right? Because it's my responsibility and my honor to be able to make the spaces safe for you, right? So, like, you're my wife, you're here, so I know I'm never going to talk down to you, never going to just make you feel less than, not on purpose. We gotta have it by accident. I'm still human, but never do it on purpose with any sort of malice intent. So for you to think you can't tell me something, like for me personally, just no. I place such a high emphasis on making sure that the people around me um, know that they can tell me something, and that I'm not gonna be offended. I'm not gonna, chop your head off. I'm not gonna. No, what's the point? Why? You have a perspective on something. For all I know, your perspective is because you don't understand what I'm doing. In a lot of cases, people won't understand what I'm doing. No problem. I get it. I operate like a madman sometimes. I operate very. No, I do. Like I'll think and plan and do all these things in silence. Then all of a sudden, I'm in action. It's like, where did that come from? I'm like, oh yeah, I've been thinking about doing this for like 6 months. What? Yeah, I would do that to my wife, and she'd be like, "What?" I was like, "Listen, it's what she signed up for." Okay. Another quality, I guess, thing would be it's gotta be like what's the word? Like a food person because I'm not a food person. It's gotta be like a food person, like a food. Because I'm not that person. I've been trained like I know how to cook. Because West Indian Caribbean, so if you're a boy and you don't know how to clean your house and cook food and stuff, you're a waste man. So, but that's just my culture, right? But I'm not into cooking like that. And I know it's important, and I do a horrible job like with myself. So I would need someone around who's very adamant about, you got to eat the proper foods and fresh and that kind of thing, because I will put all that out the window if it means I can, you know, get another project done, or I don't know, spend more time doing something fun, whatever the case may be. I completely throw that health stuff out the window when it comes to food specifically. But I love baking, so that's a trade off. I will bake all day. So if somebody wants cookies or cake or bread, I can make all that stuff. So yeah, that's my thing. Yeah, I will try it. I used to be very, very picky. I will try it. I will literally try it. Yeah, because like growing up, and I was preemie, right? So they'd feed me with like a Q-tip. Um, but also part of that, like I didn't have the development, like the muscles and all that stuff, and then I got very, very stubborn. And for the longest time, I only drank milk, so I wouldn't take anything else, no solid foods, none of that stuff. So I never developed a big palate as a child, but as I got older, I just experiment now. So I'm like, oh, cool, I'll try it. So yeah, just know that I'll tell you if it doesn't taste good. So just be prepared for that though. Like, if it's not good, I'll tell you. Like, yeah, it's ain't good. What else? I don't know. I've never thought about. No, I can't say I've never thought about it. It just hasn't been something on my mind like that. Health conscious. That's important to me. Um, yeah. I mean, what more do I really want? She cares about. Oh, okay. That's the thing. She cares about her uh like reputation, right? Like reputation. How she carries herself is very important, right? And who she associates with is important. That's I'm not sure what quality that would be. Um, but that's a very big thing for me that who she's around matters, right? How she carries herself, how she speaks to people, that matters a lot, big time. Um, yeah, and then mm, yeah, qualities. really trying to think of some like deep qualities to give you guys here. Um, anything special? I can't. Oh, I like dresses. I, I like flowy material. Flowy material. I love it. I don't even know if it's like a quality thing. I like seeing it. Like I like when ladies have like the flowy material and all that, and they're just like, I think it's beautiful. Oh, okay, yeah, I like this. I don't know what quality that would be, but that's the thing. Um, yeah, I guess as natural as possible with the makeup and the accessories. Simply because I'm very sporadic, so I'll like pick up, any time of the day. I'll be like, hey, let's go do this. And when I'm ready to go, like I don't want to have to wait for like I gotta do this and do my hair. Like, don't worry about that. Let's just go. That's me. I get very childish like that. Like, okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go. So I don't want to have to wait. I just want to like, let's go. Let's go. Come on. It's gonna be fun, right? Yeah, that's me. So I wouldn't want that. Uh, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, that's what it. I can't think of a quality. I'm really trying to like think of something that would be like, oh, uh, be a good person. Yeah, be a human being, a decent human being. There we go. Um, yeah, she's got to be Muslim, of course. Uh, nah, yeah. I know it's not necessarily a thing, but I think men who purposely go out and marry non-Muslim women are traitors. That's my own personal opinion. I know it's allowed within reason and blah blah blah. You're a damn traitor. That's what it is. It's way too many good Muslim women. You're a traitor in my book. That's yeah, traitor, 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 traitor. Oh heck yeah, 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 exactly, exactly. Trying to think. Is there any other qualities? Oh, just gonna want to homeschool if we have kids. That's important. That's important. I will do everything and anything I need to do to make sure that, you can be at home and just be chill. Yeah. I don't want like a career type of like woman. I don't want that. No, I don't want that. If anything, I would put her to work for me. Let's have a business. I have businesses. I'm into that. But that'll work out. And it wouldn't work simply because of where I want to go with my life. I think if I were to be with a woman who is very like career oriented, we would clash because I'm not going to be I don't plan on being time bound when it comes to like my work where I have to answer to somebody else. And so there's going to be things that I'm going to want to do that are going to be outside of the natural, work hours. And if she's in a job or in her career and she has to do the 9 to 5 and things like that nature, that's going to be a problem for me. That's true. That makes yeah. Mm, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Well, that's just me, right? Just those little spurts. Um. Oh, okay. This is very important. Yes, the list is growing. 'Cause I'm thinking of things. This is important. I hope so, because I'm not. uh, Wa- walking, walking is very important to me. Walking, like the ability to just pick up and go for a walk, is very important. Like that is an extremely meaningful activity. I it's very important for me that we can go for walks. Just go walk. That's it. It doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't. No, we can go for a walk. That's so important. 'Cause I like walking. I like exploring the area. I like exploring places. You know, there's times where I would just want to just pick up and be like, hey, let's just go for a walk. Where are you going? Let's just run the block. You know, that's got to be something like, yeah, cool, do it. Yeah. Um, that's what I got so far, guys. I can't think of anything else. I don't have any like I don't know cultural things. I don't have any race stuff. I have none of that. Absolutely not. I'm all about okay character. How are you treating yourself? Do you take care of yourself? Are you nurturing? Do you like going for walks? And that's all I got. That's it. There you go. There you go. Exactly. So the other question here was, what was the question? Oh, okay, hold on. The younger, oh, the youngest and oldest I would court. Uh, youngest and oldest I would court. So I think I've thought about this. If I were to ever consider going down the path of like two wives, for example, um, the age going upwards wouldn't matter because I don't. I would like to have the possibility, or at least the shot, of being able to have kids. That's where that comes from. Me, where it comes to age. It's just I would like to have the possibility. I know it's still at the end of the day, it's up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala whether we have children or not. But at least I can do my part and set myself up for the best possibility of it happening. And then going downwards, I don't know. I never thought downwards. Uh, I haven't met any of you guys like down like that. Are you guys okay? Are like 24-year olds stable mentally? Like how are they at? Are they? I don't know. Can let's just say 24, 23, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know because I'm trying to think of what sort of mindset you may have, but then that may factor into how you were raised as well, right? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, yeah. So then the younger thing, dang. So the older thing doesn't really help out, does it? When you're telling me she could be a baby at 6, I'm like, well, damn, yo. Right. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Okay, that makes sense. Mm. Mm. That makes sense. So then I think I can go as think. Okay, this is The caveat is like you got to be a very mature uh, woman at that point. But 22, 23, I think you go that far. But you got to be like your mentality's got to be good. Like if I were to really go all the way down there, yeah, yeah. So if I were to go down there, sorry, yeah, about that, something like that. So like, yeah, it, like you said, it really depends on the mindset though. Like, it's like if we're just like young, I was like, yeah, no, I don't want that work. I don't want that work. Yeah,
I used to think when I was going where I need these like older men, like I remember when I was in elementary school and having like men give like cat calls and stuff like, oh,
yeah. That was the thing. I mean, they even did the studies on it, but I get it. There's a lot of practicalities to it, but I think yeah, I don't know, maybe I gotta go try and see what some of you like early 20-year-olds are doing out here because I don't know. I have no rate, I have no gauge for it, so I'm just like, yeah, I have no real gauge for it. But I guess, I mean, I would like to have a lot of kids if that's a thing for me. So if I'm thinking on like a very practical level, very practical with the focus on the potential of having a lot of kids, then younger would obviously be better because then you have more time to have kids. Yeah, okay. I think I tried to answer that. Uh, let's see. Do you have a specific amount of kids you want besides how many Allah would bless you? I will have as many kids as I can have. Yeah, as many as I can have. As many, as many. There is no limit. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No limit. No limit. None. 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 Hmm. It's not what I'm trying to do. It's not what I'm trying to do. But it's not something I would reject. That's the thing. I wouldn't reject it. But it's not what I'm trying to do. But I wouldn't reject it. Not at all. Because there's a lot of good people out there that just haven't had kids. And I've noticed that as well. That a lot of sisters who have married younger, like early 20s, they tend to already have a child, right? And then sometimes a lot of them divorce and stuff like that. So it's like you miss out on a good woman if you just eliminate women who have kids, which doesn't make sense to me. That's silly. Um, mm, were you ever the weird one in the group in school? Were you bullied? How did you block out the haters? I was the weird one in school. Uh, weird one. I was bullied a lot in school. Yeah, I was bullied. Um, that wasn't a problem. It's part of school. I think it's important to get bullied. Was you ever a weird one in the group? Was I the weird one in the group? No, I was the level-headed one in any of the social circles I was in. I was a level-headed. Yeah, yeah, well, not the weird one. No, I know the weird ones. It wasn't me. Um, weird. Those that were beyond. Okay, so the weird were the guys that were completely inept at how to speak to women or even just gauge what a woman's doing. Like they just had no clue. And they came across weird. The girls would tell them like, "Look, you're just peeping me out," like, and They didn't get it. They didn't see it. They had no idea. And the guy, we would tell him like, bro, you can't keep doing that, dude. And he's just oblivious. He just thought he was like the greatest thing in the world. I'm like, bro, you're really not coming off the way you think, man. Like, results are not showing it. Are you not seeing what we're seeing? The demands are here. We're all seeing the same thing. She just told you no, like the 53rd time. It's weak. Yeah, he's just odd. So yeah, yeah, it wasn't me. Okay, next one. Thinking back, was there signs that suggested that uh, women weren't being faithful in the relationship? Well, it was just that one relationship that I know of, and were there any signs? Were there any signs? Not that I could think of. No, but I was also very naive as well. Um, and there was a lot of things that I dismissed. They weren't. I wouldn't say they were behaviors that I would link towards someone who was, entertaining other people. But there were definitely behaviors that shouldn't have been accepted. So those were some things that I just ignored. I'm like, yeah, survived abuse. It's nothing. You know what I mean? And yes, I did actually say that a few times. I did do that. Yeah, yeah. I know better now. I know much better. Being respected is very important, right? Being honored and appreciated is very important. Very, very important. Okay, you mentioned you were on the spectrum. What you meant by that? Like not aware of social cues. Oh, autistic. That's what I mean. When I say on the spectrum, I had to get all that checked out. And stuff. They're like, yeah, you're on here, buddy. I'm like, nice. Is there anything I have to do? Not really. All right, cool. Yeah, exactly. There it is.
I don't know why, but just when it says like you have your little friend with you everywhere you go, I'm like an imaginary friend. I'm like,
Oh man. Um. Yeah. And then what was it? Oh, about the homeschooling. The homeschooling. Homeschool the whole 12 years? No, 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 no. Not homeschool the whole 12 years. Just the first like 8-ish years need homeschool. There's a foundation that I believe needs to be locked in before they enter into, the mess of other kids. But I also believe that they need to be around other kids and get bullied. Um, yeah. See, Prima's got the better words than I do. I'm like, man, let them kids get bullied. They need to be socialized. They need to be socialized, okay? Not bullied, socialized. I mean, the one like, hey, you get bullied yet in school? No, I'm like, I gotta call that school. Something's wrong. No, not in high school. I said in the first. Oh, yes, yes, that would be a necessary component. Like, there's actual social activities, other things that they're involved in. Even if it's a group of homeschoolers, that could be a thing, right? Yeah, and no, not not grade eight, like 8 years old, 8 years old, not grade eight. Yeah, I agree. Yep, I agree. No problem. Yes. Okay. Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Yeah, man. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I know we probably missed a few of the questions in the chat. Forgive me, guys. But of course, Jamila was on it. She was helping you guys out. I don't know. Did you guys learn? Did you learn enough? Did you get what you were looking for? Mm. Oh, at the moment, I'm with my sister and my mother's retired, so I have them with me. Yeah, she's now 25, 26, 25, 26. She's doing 26. Yeah, but that's my sister though. She's different. She's different, and she's very, very what do you call it? She's very like very girly, very, very girly. Of course, you can wear jeans. Of course. I'm just saying, I like the flowing material. Go ahead, wear jeans. I just like the what do you call it? Is it the abaya when it goes over? When it's like a cape? What's like a cape? Yeah, freaking love it, y'all. I don't know why. I think it's amazing. Mhm. All right. Yeah, you guys have Prima to thank. She jumped on. She's like, okay, well, this is what's gonna happen. Okay, well, we can do it. Wait, so let me ask you this then. Oh, if you're gonna ask you this, what is something unique you've gained from this experience? Wait, so what's something you didn't expect to gain from this experience? You see why the nurturing thing is one of those necessary qualities? You see a bit more of it now. I got a problem. Inshallah. Inshallah. Questions here. So, does your wife have to be as Muslim as you, or just in her own way? Great question. She, that's something. That's what the student there asking. For me, I am much more focused on her character over her deen, as we say. Um, yeah, her religiosity. I like that. Why? Because character is hard to change, and when you are changing character, it takes a very extreme event to occur, such as either something traumatic or a lot of time and certain effort to change part. So as long as her character matches what I'd be comfortable with, uh, and for the most part, she understands the fundamentals of being a Muslim in terms of how we behave, how we treat others, how we treat ourselves, right? And again, that boils into character. And I'm perfectly fine with that. If she's, you know, struggles with whatever she's got going on, um, that's fine. It's the character that's important to me because as a husband, as a man in the house, I'm meant to lead, right? So even if she's struggling with certain things, Islamically, if she's gonna be under my roof, then cool. I now have the opportunity to pull you along, right? Hey, lazy, get up. Time. Hey, let's go read the Quran. Hey, come, let's go learn this. Let's study this. Let's go to the masjid. Let's do this. Let's do that. Wherever she's at, because that's our responsibility as men in the house, right? To hold this shit together. So wherever she's at on her religious, how do you say it? Religiosity, wherever she's at, for the most part, I'm pretty fine with it as long as she's got the character. That's important. Character is very, very, very. What just came to mind while I was one time about veiling. Um, the veiling is important to me. I think it's important, but it comes with a big but. I would prefer it. However, it's very dependent on if she's not veiling. It doesn't mean she's not modest. Right? Let's talk about just the veiling because she has to be modest in dress. That's what how she does it is. I like the flowy stuff, but as long as she's modest, she's dressed modest. Cool. Forget.
When you say veiling, you're talking about the face veil?
The no, the hair, just veiling the hair. Yeah, just the head, just the hair. Um, I recognize. I've talked to so many people at this point that, especially Muslim, I recognize that there's so many factors that come to play into where a sister's at when it comes to veiling, whether it's something that she grew up doing all the time and that she stopped, or never did it and that she is, or she's in a family that's hyper religious or in a family that's not very religious. There's a lot of factors. So that would be part of my vetting, actually, would be to learn more about how she sees her modesty, especially around veiling. I believe that would tell me a lot more about her values, who she is, where she's at, and those things. And the other reason why it's important for me is that if I have a daughter, I want my daughter to male, right? That's a no go. That's a no go. That is what I will be promoting within the home, and I would need my wife to be an example of it because my daughter is going to model that, right? So that's where it's very, very necessary in that case. But before children and all that, I'm pretty confident. Maybe this is arrogant of me, but I'm pretty confident if I were to come across women that red hair, all those things, but she didn't cover her hair. I'm pretty sure that's something we can work on. I can get that fixed up in a couple of months, easy. I genuinely believe it. I genuinely I have that kind of confidence. I'm like, now we can fix this. You're already modest. Oh, just this part, no problem. We'll fix it. We'll get you some pretty stuff, man. Get some pretty stuff. We'll get you around some sisters, some new sisters, and that influence. We're good. We're good. And then me, I already dressed this way, so I'm like, hey, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. Wait, you need some new stuff. Let's get you some new stuff. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to. Yeah, because and I've had this conversation with brothers before. It's a while now, but like we've had conversations where they're like, if I was married and she decided to no longer veil because she was just having, she's just going through things. I'm like, so what? You're gonna leave her then? Some brothers are like, well, yeah, man, it's good and done. She has to. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing, bro? She's a whole human, bro. She's a whole human. She's a whole person. And because of this one aspect, like, yeah, but it's in the Quran. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of things in the Quran that we don't do. So let's not be arrogant. You know what I mean? Like find someone that is a good fit for you, and then to just be like, yeah, plus I'm done. She's not failing, she's struggling with it. That's not my responsibility. You're not a man. You shouldn't marry her to begin with. You should divorce you for that nonsense. That's my personal opinion. I should divorce you. I'm sorry, she should. That's one of the things that I had learned about Islam when I was like looking into it, right? Because I always expose myself to a lot of different conversations. So yes, I listen to a whole bunch of y'all conversations on the side. I just jump in and listen. I'm like, oh, okay, this is what this is talking about. And I've noticed that depending on the culture, right, there is a different um, way of practice. There's a different way in which the veiling occurs. There's a different sense of modesty and how it's done. So it's like, well, dude, you gotta factor that in now, right? It's not as black and white as these brothers talking about. It's like, oh, but you gotta be like this. I'm like, easy, man. Like, you're forgetting the whole idea around Islam is that we work in the middle. You go into some extremes, right? Yeah, but she has to, and we don't force anything, right? Oh, now we're in a catch 22, aren't we now? So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. hmm Yeah, and that was one of the things I noticed. Right? I noticed how like Morocco, I looked at different countries that were practicing Islam, and like, oh, okay, they dress like this, they dress like that, they tend to go like this, they go like that. Some feel more, some feel less. Cool, I get it. So what's more important to me is how is she dressing as a whole, right? That's more important. That's that mentality about how you're carrying yourself. Then it's like, oh, feeling the hair thing, that's adjustable. That's adjustable. Yeah. Oh, scrolling up. Okay, wow. My bad. Uh, ooh, I would. Okay. Um, First and foremost, I would begin to think I failed. I would immediately think I have failed her somehow. And my next steps would be to try and understand her reasonings, and then more importantly, I would do a lot of self reflection on, okay, what did I do? Was there something I did? Was there certain people I have allowed around the home or around her, or did I change? Yeah, I'd be very curious about that. That's tough, but I wouldn't write her off the bat. Like, I wouldn't just, like, abandon her and just be like, "Oh, okay, you're not. We're done." You know what I mean? We're done. Um, it would take time. Like, I would genuinely need to, and I wouldn't. Here's the thing: I wouldn't run to an imam. I wouldn't run to a scholar. I wouldn't run to, like, her family or no, no, no. That is that's an internal issue that we're working on over the next couple of months to a year. I would give it up to like a year of just, okay, let's see this, let's see what's going on, let's try to understand it, and then if it came to a whole year and like, yeah, I'm not with Islam, then I would have to divorce. But I would put in that time, that whole time would just be committed to what happened here. I just want to understand.
There's not a different thing.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do you come to the conclusion that it's okay to talk so openly about your childhood trauma? You're very brave. You're so brave, and I do appreciate it. Just
I I don't see it as bravery, to be honest.
I do.
I see it as means of, here, hey, if as human beings we go through a lot of things, right? We go through a lot of hurts, a lot of trauma, stuff like this. If no one talks about them, then when we're going through it, most people will always feel alone because they'll feel like, when you're going through something, we typically feel like we're the only one going through it in that moment. So my thinking is, and I guess this comes from, again, my experience. Right? This is why I tell you guys, like, my experiences have really reinforced who I am. Right? If Kay didn't open up to me and share with me what he was going through, I wouldn't have been able to be a support to him, and in turn, it wouldn't have triggered me to start looking to see where I may need help, what I'm missing. So, and because of that, I didn't feel alone. I was like, hey, you know, I get it. I'm not alone, even though I felt it at times, but I still had that understanding that I had a conversation with another man. He's older than me, sure, but I still had that conversation. He's gone through, and he's okay. So maybe there's something for me, and I believe that from all the things I've gone through, there's a reason. There's wisdom in it. I don't believe things happen for a reason, but I do believe that there's a wisdom in everything that happens to us, as long as we look for it. So, in me sharing these things, I'm passing on knowledge. Um, and then as a Muslim, I'll say this: this is a new factor in this. I have such a massive fear of being a hypocrite. It is unbelievable. It drives me. It drives me so much. I do not want to be the other. Yeah, and the other trait that worries me so much is if Allah asks me one day, "Hey, I gave you this skill, or this piece of knowledge, or this something, and what did you do with it?" I don't want to, I don't want to stand there knowing, yeah, I'm comfortable enough to talk about these things and shed some light on the experience, and then think, yeah, I didn't do that. I was too scared. I was too uncomfortable. It's like I think of those situations and I think, imagine if that was the one thing that had me go to the bad place. Because, for all I know, that one moment of sharing that thing could have been the catalyst of this person becoming, I don't know, a whole therapist, and then saving hundreds of thousands of people over her career or his career. You know what I mean?
What I admire in it is that there's a lot of people who share their traumas and stuff online, but a lot of times it's coming from a victim mentality. And when when you shared your stuff tonight, and as well as smaller parts in previous nights, um, you come across as, hey, this happened. It was very difficult. It was traumatic.
Mm,
Um, and here how I am today. And this is where I got out of it today. Or this is where I realized that I learned these mechanisms, or I learned these traits. Um, and this is what I'm working on, and this is where I want to be. And that takes a lot of, you do a lot of, I can tell, in my opinion, that you do a lot of introspection and a lot of self reflection. Um,
mm.
and I respect that. So,
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Uh, and that's one of the important things, and you mentioned it, right? And that was one of the lessons Lynn taught me. That took me a while for me to accept and truly uh, embody, right? And even C taught me this as well. He reinforced it afterward. It happened to you. It's not you. It's not who you are. You didn't cause it. You didn't make it happen. It happened to you. No different than if you were walking down the street and it began to rain. You're not going to hold this resentment and anger towards the clouds and the rain. You're gonna you recognize this happened to me, even though I'm now cold, I'm wet, and I'm sick. It happened to me, right? These events are as they're much more traumatic, but at on a very root level, it's the same thing. It's something that happened to you, right? So there's a lot of it that we don't need to carry around after we do some work, right? We can let go of a lot of it because it's something that just happened. Yeah.
the chat. How did your family accept your reversion to Islam? I saw that question asked by Kay,
Hmm.
and then somebody else asked about it after that.
So my sister, my little sister, she's dope. The she tried to, we fast Sunnah, right? So I fast Sunnah, and so she a couple of times she tried to do it with me, which is cute. She's so little. Yeah. And she's like, "How do you do this?" I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Don't worry about it. You try." She's like, "But I'm trying. I'm trying. When do we stop?" I'm like, "You got a couple of hours." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, yeah. I'm like, "It's okay, kiddo. It's okay." She's like, "Okay, okay. What if I just like drink a little bit of water?" I'm like, go ahead, go ahead. You're fine. You're okay. So she tried that. She's asked me questions. She's been concerned. She was like, "Okay, so what happened?" She was very excited about this project. She's like, okay, so what if we have kids and stuff? She's like, I like Christmas. They're not really like, for the religious reasons, but I just like Christmas. Like, can it still be around? Like, how are we gonna do that? She's all for it. She's all for it. Oh yeah, and you can't eat this because this is perfect. So, I'm buying stuff, but you can't have this. She's dope. Man. This is just dope. Very supportive. Um, my mom is interesting.
Scared for you, or if
I
she
think so.
think that you got into something that's bizarre?
I
Because
think
those are things that I kind of think.
I think it's fear. Yeah, yeah, it's fear. Yeah. Media, and she doesn't know anything. And she's very in the things that she's watched to try and
You know,
learn have been worst examples.
let me give you the whole story. My mom was very afraid when I first became a Muslim.
Mm, Mhm. That's dope. That is sweet. Mhm. Yeah. Well, see, mhm. See, and that's where I'm a little bit different in a way. And I wouldn't go as far as I wouldn't go as far as saying supportive. There's been a lot of hurtful commentary and stuff. So I'm not gonna go that far. Not even close. But I'm being very kind. But uh, I don't even think about it, right? Like I know a lot of people are like, no, you pray for it, and you hope, and I don't. And the reason for it is I have such an understanding that me, even myself being Muslim, had absolutely nothing to do with anybody. Nothing. It absolutely nothing. Out. Allah decided this is my time to remember that I'm Muslim, and it's gonna happen. That's it. So, with that knowledge of just, Allah decides, right? Wills it or not. Uh, I don't worry about it. I genuinely don't worry about it. I appreciate everything. I appreciate all the kindness around it, all of it, but I don't, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Yeah, because I'm cool with it. I'm okay with the commentary and some of the very hurtful conversations, or just one-sided conversations I've had, but it's all good. The practice, yes, it's very much a way of life. Very, very, and it's a very. What I love about it is that it's a very individual way of life, right? We still, as Muslims, we still maintain our individuality, and I think that's beautiful. And it reinforces the those who are it, those who are not it. Just to put it bluntly, right? There's some of us who are, you know, just Muslim by name, and then there's some of us who are Muslim by character, right? And I find that to be a very beautiful aspect about Islam. Is that, hey, you know what? The character is what's going to make or break you when it comes to this, from my little knowledge of Islam and how we're meant to be. And if that's what matters, then that means it's a very individual practice. But it's also at the same time, if you want to be very good in your individual practice, then you need to surround yourself around other individuals who are doing the same thing or moving in the same direction. So I'm firmly in agreement with this thinking that within Islam, as Muslims, I believe we tend to gravitate towards like-minded Muslims in terms of not even like-minded, like character. So if you are of a certain type of character, I believe as Muslims we tend to gravitate to those who have a similar character as well. And I see it in some of the way people group themselves, even on TikTok, Muslim TikTok. There's certain types of people, and you'll find them all together, right? And they have certain characteristics about them that are common. And I think that's kind of cool. Mhm. Oh, okay. So, Primo, question for you then. Since we started this whole thing, uh, what inspired you to want to actually to have put it forward? Well, that does not give me anything. What am I gonna do with that? Can't do anything with that.
It was actually the perfect answer. What inspired me to know more about you? It was you.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. That is such a lady's answer. I think because I see you as a very good example of a human being and a very good example of a man. So I personally, the way I am, I have to understand things. Like I want to understand how things came to be the way they are, how
Mhm.
people came to be the way they are in wider ways to do with culture and history I'm into, and then individuals. So it's not actually that often that you come across a Cyrus, as I'm sure Jamila and these 28 people will vouch for, that you think, how on earth did this man get to be this way? And I mean, you raised in a Western culture, also you have Caribbean heritage.
They're a wild bunch.
I mean, you're an anomaly. But tonight I've understood.
What? I'm
That made
in.
100%. That made 100% sense. So what made you, Cyrus, say what? Thank you, sis.
I'm an anomaly.
Yeah.
What? Hey, I'm not seeing this. I don't understand.
Because you're not the typical. For the ingredients that got mixed, this is not the cake that should have came after. You should be. Prima, I'm going to use that line. I'm taking that line. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's a really good example.
That was dope.
That was dope.
I was like, I didn't know it. Oh wow. I'm going to use it again as often as possible. Thank you. My head up. No. No. So, yeah, so this is not. Even when you were describing your birth, I was like, this is a special, special person. This person, like, you're not normal. It's this. You're an anomaly. You are. I know you don't really take compliments, but
I don't know if that's a compliment though. You just told me I'm not normal.
no, it's me. No, not strange, not weird. An anomaly is not necessarily a bad thing. Anomaly is
Okay.
somebody who is not the typical. Not what's expected. So not what's expected. That too. Like everything that happened,
Hmm.
you're supposed to like. Okay. Let's take it back. When you were born, you
Yeah.
were preemie. You didn't have the people didn't think that you were going to live, but
Hmm.
but you survived all of that, and you outshined all of that. Then when you went through all these things, it's not typical for somebody to be wise, to be helping other people, to be um, to be top of things, to be wanting to do a lot of different things. I mean, you just I think honestly that's a two-parted statement, because I think that there are actually a lot of people who go through things that are similar to Cyrus that you don't really hear about, that are making it very well and doing things because they don't talk about it. But at the same time, some people who do talk about it are turned to more of a extreme, like alcoholism, or turn to just different types of extremes.
Right.
Is that what you're saying, Puma?
Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. Thank you so much, because you really explained it so well. Exactly that. It's like I've grown up with girls and boys, men and women who have been through similar things. And so, unfortunately, the outcome hasn't yet been anywhere near to what I've seen with you. Also, though, I mean, someone who has had, quote unquote, a perfect upbringing, perhaps born into Islam, mum and dad, no massive traumas, still don't seem to be half the man that you are. So I wanted to know how this could be. And I have understood it, but it's still anonymous, and it's still subhanAllah, like it's mind blowing. I think it was Belle. I mean, yesterday she said, okay, you need to make an ebook, and then today she said something like, oh, get out, be quiet. She said something like, a Lifetime movie, and it's like, yeah, it's so true. That's the next stage. We're gonna work on the books, podcasts, and then the movie.
Fair enough.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
You had said that you danced.
Yes.
What type of dance do you do?
Okay, so I've been trained in salsa, bachata, what's it called? Traditional folk dancing, like Caribbean folk, hip hop, hip hop, bachata, salsa, folk.
Would you ever take your wife dancing? Or would you want the dancing to be only in your home for you?
See, that right there is something. I think I've thought about this twice before, and I've been at odds about it. Because on one hand, you're like, okay, you know,
I don't want
no other men, you know, just watching. But on the other hand, the experience to dance and just be around people like that, it's a very joyous environment. And so, you know what? I can't say it's something I wouldn't try and pull off. With the other 34. I might try and pull it off. Yeah. Because it's nothing else about being Muslim has been difficult. It's all been very natural, and a lot of things I was already in that mindset or way of being. So I just say, like, I just remember this time I've always been this way. But the dancing part has been tough. That's the only thing I've been challenging. Because even in the Caribbean, like we were singing, I used to do all the parades and all that kind of thing, like the costumes. I was big on wearing the costumes. I had to play mass. Yeah, I played mass in the islands. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I may it may require me a little. Nah, I don't. I don't think so. If anything, maybe just like yeah. If anything, I'd probably do more of like if I were to do any dancing, it would be more of the hip hop than anything at any of this stuff. Maybe the hip hop stuff, right? Yeah, because that could be very yeah. Mm,
So I always think of myself as well as Irish messages. But when
what-
so say for example,
mm,
we have it and it makes me realise that I am actually so prudish. Like this is crazy.
It's wild.
That's a good character,
That's a good characteristic, though, but it's wild. Yeah, and I can say this, like even though I grew up in it, right? Um, I wasn't. I was never in the crowds, right? Like we would, because it was a big thing for my dad, right? Like that's the time where he'd be around like that. So we'd go, but we would get one of the. I don't know if in the UK you guys have a big trucks. Do you guys do that, or is it, I've never seen it. Okay, cool. So we would always support like one of the big bands, right? And I'd be on a truck. I just like being in costume, or I'd be wearing one of the big costumes and just solo, like by myself. But yeah, like the even looking at it then when I just fall into it, it was just part of my culture. There's aspects where I'm like, this is just too much. I was just too much, and I grew up around it. I was like, it doesn't phase me at all. But to think about it, I'm like, that is too much. This is way too much. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Yeah, it's so much, and even now, like especially being uh, Muslim, like I see, I'm like, yeah, this is uneasy. And even prior to what 'cause I would look at how things were before, like it's become very uh, extremely sexualized, right? And that's not its origins. That's just it. That's not its origins. So it's changed a lot. Even in Grenada, right, where we have it's similar. We have jab jab, right, and the snake oil and all those kind of things. There's a celebration of them, getting out. They're just them mocking the times of slavery. That's what they were mocking. That's usually what jab jab is for. So you got the chains, the Viking horns, all the fun stuff. Like, stupid fun. But it's become very sexualized, right? And it wasn't that to begin with. So a lot of it's changed. Has changed. Like even from when I was since I was a child, right? So even from there, I did every single year, every year. So and I've done it in the Caribbean. I've done it in Toronto, New York. So even over the years, I saw it literally change from okay, like this is storytelling. There's characters, there's costumes, to now it's just basically bathing suits with like feathers. So what the storytelling's lost.
It's beautiful. I actually do. But
Mm.
across the board. So I had to go globally. So I was just thinking about that in relation to dance and that kind of dancing, but it's completely a blend of things, actually. So,
No,
and
no,
it's on purpose.
oh yeah, it's intentional. There's money to be made. That's just it.
Yeah,
This is very simple. Lots of money to be made. Lots of money to
yeah.
be made. But yeah, the dancing thing. I
Makes
think.
it like festival.
Mm, yes, it does. With the dancing thing, now that I think about it, like I would teach her. I think I'd do more in private though. Now that I think about it, I think it'd be cool. But I want um like what do you call it? You know they have the rooftops, so you have like rooftop access. Yeah, I would like that setup. You can go out on the
Oh
roof.
yeah, that'd be cool. That's like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, go on the roof. We
Very
could
nice.
dance. We could learn. We could do
I
that
like
kind of
that.
stuff and be chill. Yeah, that'd be dope.
Yeah, like you're outside, you're actually on top of the world.
Yeah,
See,
that's how I'd imagine going about it, right? Like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not so much around. Yeah, no. I'm still pretty uh territorial, very much
Yeah,
actually.
I don't
Yeah, yeah.
better one.
Because I'm thinking about it more. I'm just like, yeah, no, no.
I don't like imagine you go to do a certain dance move and he like go or something, some other guy tries to, flip on
Yeah,
the rug.
yeah, no, yeah, no, 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 no. We got problems. Yeah, no, yeah,
that is
that's
nice.
yeah. I believe it. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing.
Carnival actually this year, Carnival um it is right at our
Hmm.
part of it that are
Interesting. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would be okay with that. Yeah, I'm very territorial. Very, very. Yeah, yeah, very much. That's the thing. I wouldn't. I have expectations. I have expectations that you already understand this. That's why the character thing is so important. Right? Like, it's not something I would feel the need to have to enforce like certain behaviors. Like, if I have to enforce, then I have clearly chosen that. Clearly, I don't see that.
that you have to like or even consent.
Yeah, like that. No,
If there's a
I
discussion
messed
about
up.
it and it's understood,
Yeah,
then that's cool.
yeah.
You may have to get the discussion phase because some people may not, think about it in that way. But once you discuss it in a nice way, but if you have to like convince and inform, that's
Hmm.
I've noticed not just across the board, this kind of like projectile focus
Hmm.
seems to but articles that come up is like this is irrelevant. You're going to marry someone who you have completely different ideas to, i.e., type of dress. That kind of person would you guys discuss this at least if you saw them and they were like, what do you expect? At least a discussion before you get married.
You think, right? You would think. You would think. But I don't put it past them. Not at all. They don't have these kinds of stuff. They don't. They don't. They really don't. Even then, like this reminds me of consult I was doing this week, and so she was talking. She's like, "Well, try to understand why it's so difficult." She's explaining to me that it's very, very difficult for her to find a find this potential to court, and started asking questions. Just okay, well, where's Wali? What's Wali doing? All these kind of things, and a lot of what the what Lee is bringing forward are men in their 40s and 50s, and she's like in her mid 20s, something like that. She's just like, that's too far. And I'm like, I get it, and I had to let her know that like your Wally's only going to meet guys that are around his age. So that's all he's going to bring forward. And then the mentality is that, well, these are guys that have settled. And logically, he's not wrong, right? We, as men, we hit our peak in our 50s and we hit our stride in our 40s financially. So once we're in our 40s, wherever that man's at, you know, there's a couple more way for him to go, but that's about it. Then when he hits the 50s, that's the most he'll ever really make in his life. Well, it's a ramp up, right? Guy chugging along, and then once he's doing what he's supposed to do. So it makes sense that he would look that way from a very practical standpoint, but that misses out on a lot of other things. So I have to let her know, well, it's not going to be easy, but you gotta let people like you have it. That's the outside of their lives, right? Like, who knows that you're looking for marriage, right? Like, do your various communities know? Have you thought about what sort of guy you would like to be married to? No, not really. Okay, well, you're gonna want to start thinking about that. Like, did you think about the kind of school you went to before you went to school? Yeah, you thought about what you wanted to study? Yeah, you research? Yeah. Same thing you want to do? Same thing. The man's. Hmm. The homebody problem. I swear, I need to solve this problem. I get it. Mhm. I get that. That makes sense. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Yeah, I get that. I feel kind of funny. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh gosh, no.
like it at all. I didn't like it. It's very short.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, what the heck? Like, there's a lot of good Muslim guys out there. So if there's a lot of good Muslim guys out there, all my dating sites must be the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
So it's weird. Sometimes it seems like, oh yes, even with the sirens, being involved in a community could be a way to meet all sorts of people, I guess. I mean, it's still hard, but I think putting yourself out there in safe environments where there's like-minded people could be a good way that you can meet people.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Wait, are you a homebody? Uh-oh.
I actually, even if
Yeah, it's just part of the home.
when I meet someone,
Man, you getting flustered here.
when you were saying about the journey,
Ooh, struggling with words.
Straightforward. When I'm with people I love, very
You're a fixture in your home, aren't you? Oh man.
like
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I just had to ask him, like, I gotta find out. Yeah.
all the time, but like when I go out, like I'm not going out like, oh, okay, let me go find a man. Like that's not
Like you're going for a thing. Like there's an intention. Like I gotta do something.
or even like, okay, I'm gonna go for a car ride, but I'm not going for a car ride scoping out men like men do scoping out women. Like that's not what I do. And like in my car,
Yeah,
like
you should have to.
women are darkly tinted.
Nobody knows she's in there. Nobody.
Even the girlfriend knows they're darker tinted than they should be.
Wow. Okay. Okay. No. See, it happened again today. I'm really starting to think this is probably a thing. So
I was walking, okay, if I was like taking a walk on myself or something, or taking a walk, whatever.
yeah.
I'm not gonna be like, oh, okay, let me go take this dude. I'm gonna keep walking, That's scary.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Okay. So this reminds me of what I told the assistant today. I was like, well, because she had brought up that I should again. I don't know why this keeps coming up, but maybe it's a sign. I should do matchmaking or whatever. Like, you people are crazy. Muslims are crazy. Um, but it keeps coming up. I'm trying to, and I'm seeing more and more of this type of problem. Like, Yeah, it's not really there's not a lot of solutions. You can't live in your house and meet nobody. You don't know you exist. Exactly. So I think that may be one of the solutions. But what I thought about when I was thinking about it later earlier today, I was like, okay, let's say I were to attempt this.
Hours away.
Yeah,
Like, I'm gonna go take a drive. Like, I love the ocean. I live in California, so I love the ocean. I'll take a drive by the water, whatever. I'll get out and I'll take pictures and like if I'm like an hour, a couple hours away, and again, like some guys I like, hey, how you doing? Da, da, da.
in Morocco, in England. Okay, okay.
In America too, they're talking about it.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
I don't think so. I don't
There's
think so.
there's too much money in it. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. It's just talk. It's just talk. They're not gonna do it. Okay.
That's a very
Hmm.
And like if I do like I'll be like okay let me go ahead and just force myself to go out a little bit more and whatever like okay I'm gonna go roller skating or whatever it's all like on meetup they have like a girls group getting together meeting at the roller skate rink whatever okay cool I'll do that so I go and I'm there and I fell once in a long time so I fell once so this guy goes to try to help me up and stuff but I'm Muslim I'm like
Yo, it's hard out here for you guys. Dang, dang. Okay, wow. But I get it though.
Guys who like were the over or whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
So these stories of people going to the mosque and like some people were saying that they went to the mosque and it was kind of like a weird experience. When they opened the door, they're like, "Oh, sister, I didn't want to marry you, this and that," and so I don't know. And then for me, I'm a white girl, and so if I go to like certain places, it's like I don't know, it's weird. I can't even explain.
And for
Hmm.
me, I wouldn't describe it as a really strong. I would describe it as culture. It's just I would it took I had to become older to realize I'm not just taking for granted. Like, but also if I did look a little bit like where I'm from, so like me and my dad are different races, but people never think that I'm his daughter if we're together. So if I actually looked, then I think I would feel more comfortable. So when I've walked
Wait a minute. You need to explain that. What? What do you mean if you look more Moroccan? What's more? How would you need to look more Moroccan?
to put it simply, just to have darker skin. So because I'm really white, especially considering dad's side of the family,
Hmm.
actually, not actually, people like that I was seeing my siblings look like a different race to me. Like I don't know, I don't know what it is. So
Not everybody can know.
I know, right? At least I'm not alone anymore.
manage to practice and uphold the religion the way you do. So I was that's what I'm raised to be, right? And So
Mm.
it's like I don't really like people staring at me. And sometimes the weird thing is like in London, looking not too beautiful, but a little bit beautiful actually makes you part of the crowd. Whereas wearing hijab, you know the crazy thing is when I'm going outside in hijab, I get more attention than when I'm just with my hair. And I think it's because I'm not. It must be.
Are there a lot of Muslims there?
Yeah, we have a big a lot of Muslims in London. Of course,
I have a question for you. Do you think that you get a lot of stares, or you, or what is it?
I know.
Like,
I think it's
like do you perceive it as like it's kind of like okay, you have a zit on your face when you're in high school, and you feel like everybody's looking at your zit, but they all have their little zits themselves. And they're actually focused on them, they're focused on, but because if you walk into the room and something happens to look at you, you're wearing a hijab because you're so conscious of it. You're you're looking at that slide or looking at you instead of if you did have a hijab and they look over at you, you smile back.
yeah, I do think that's a good point, to be honest. Because I guess, and I'm aware what I'm saying is not correct, but it's a thing in my head, like I don't look how I'm supposed to look. So then when I wear hijab, it probably exacerbates whatever kind of issue that I have in my head. But also, it's not just stairs, like the brothers will approach you like straight up, just in the street, especially like we have a really big Asian community, and I know there's stereotypes. I think I should show actually talk about stereotypes. I'm thinking that it's just me.
No, no, I know what you're saying. Like for me, I'm white and I cover it. So if I go somewhere, so people are like certain places, often have the mouth, or if I go to a gas station or whatever, often it's Muslims. Most of it not. They're like, oh, where are you from? I'm from Canada. No, no, but where's like your mom from? She's from Canada. Where's your grandparents? I said, look, I'm Muslim, that's why I cover.
And for me, it's not
They're like, oh, you're not from Egypt or Morocco? You speak Arabic, right? I said, no, a little bit. I mean, I know my prayers, I know a little bit, but like, no, I don't know Arabic.
Yeah.
Like, for you, wear that. Like, and I'm looking at them like, are you for real? Like, are you serious? And that I don't get the most in like in real life other places. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're Muslim? Like, how
That's
do you not
wild.
understand this?
and then to me, like, it's like the opposite. So I understand it. It would be like say if I'm at some kind of official office situation and you're ticking boxes, and if there's a which religion you are, then it literally questions I've had asked me, oh, did you marry into an Asian family? And I'm like, no, no, no.
Or
I'm
just
when I said obviously I'm not Asian. Yeah, that's just it. I don't eat pork. I don't. So it's like constantly having to explain myself. It's something that I should become more stronger in.
but I mean, like even if I go, okay, yeah, it's annoying. Like sometimes it's annoying, and then I try to like reframe it in my mind. Like, okay, they're just ignorant. So I mean, there's a lot of ignorant people about a lot of different races, a lot of different cultures, a lot of different things. So let me just make it a point to educate you right now. I don't say that, of course. So, but
right, but then you're so stuck on how you know you want somebody who's in um from your where you came from, whatever. I don't know how you say it.
Oh, like
But you want
the like
somebody who's
culture,
from the
class,
same,
that kind of thing.
yeah, you want somebody who's in your same culture.
Mm,
Yeah, yeah, I understand to relate to each other.
that that's odd to me. I find
Which part?
the the culture component. I find that odd
In
because
what sense?
like I understand the desire for familiarity, right? I get that. Now the problem comes in when you're Muslim and the culture that we're meant to fall under and that everything else is supposed to be filtered through is that of Islam. So the way I see it is there's a lot more benefits in having a difference of culture because it forces the two of you. One, you get a new perspective on your culture, and there may be things that you've been doing in your culture that you were raised to think are Islamically correct with your thoughts. And then when you have this person who comes from another culture see it, they'll be like, let me show you a little something here. What you've been doing may have been a little bit off, right? So you get that perspective shift. And then, well, beyond just the shift, whenever there's any sort of complication in the marriage, you're forced to have to rely on Islam to solve it, rather than saying, "Oh, well, in our culture we do this." No, we have two different cultures, so the only way to fix this is you got to filter through Islam. That's why I see a lot of beauty in that, right? Because it reinforces what we're supposed to do, which is not worry about the culture.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Cyrus. I agree with you 100%. I was married with an outsider married, and I agree with you 100%. Um, but a lot of times people they want somebody who their culture or their family wants somebody, because you're going back to marry within the
The
culture.
big family.
And right, right. And if they, yeah. I guess in a way I'm lucky in that sense. And then the other part is like a lot of times like